What's up, Rob? What's up, everybody?
I think I watched that spinning wheel and I'm a little nauseous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man. Hello, everyone.
Hold on. I'm fucked up here. Yeah.
You're fucked
There
up.
you go.
Was you already taking an edible?
No, I left. I didn't mute the YouTube.
Oh, I see.
But I feel like it took edible because I watched the spinning wheel and it made me nauseous.
Oh.
Mike and Felipe.
Where is Mike and Felipe? That's a good question. Honey.
Mike said he's running late. Felipe is in line for Record Store Day. He got in line just yesterday.
He already lined up, so that
Wonder.
it's in April. There's some good shit though. So Felipe, that's where he's at.
He's going to be in line for 2 months.
Yeah, exactly.
Get my Pearl Jam.
We're gonna get your Pearl Jam. So I gotta start saving money up now, though.
Okay.
Bombs are moms. What does that mean, Baggy?
I think he's trying to be funny.
Oh, okay.
Hey, Jack, what's up, man?
Good evening.
Hey.
Hey.
What's up?
Did you have somebody saving your line at the record store?
Yeah.
Yes, I'm already paying someone out. I found a homeless guy that lives nearby. You know those crazy people that lives in a Starbucks. So
Yeah.
I hire one of those guys to be waiting there for me. I got number one now.
Nice.
Now it depends on if the store is getting the record or not.
That is true. That's always the depending thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
You're a giver.
Yeah, I'm giving back to the community. Yes, it's true.
I will shout over you. I will be a dog from Christian hell with a vengeance for men with hats. Okay.
It's okay, Stanchi.
That's awesome. Let me post a link for Stunt Confusion. What you got there? Little wine action?
No, rum and vodka.
Oh, rum and vodka.
And some Coke, yes.
Wait, that's just 100% rum and vodka? There's no...
1/3 vodka, 1/3 rum, and 1/3 Coke.
Yeah.
It's not cold? It's room temperature?
Coca-Cola. No. It's iced. Yes, iced.
Okay.
It's iced.
Oh, Nicole. I mean, yeah, so this my record shop gets a total of about 15 albums. Everyone goes away tech. Yeah. There's a record shop I mean that does the same thing. It's so stupid. Like they're a great store, man. They have a lot of old jazz and stuff, but their location's really bad. Like it's a block back from the road and it's hard to see. But they never really participate in record store day, and I feel like they could get a lot of traffic in there.
Well, maybe you could ask them to start a suggestion box.
Maybe.
Did everyone watch Mike the Ingroove's video and his thoughts?
I watched half of it, yeah.
Hey, Sonny.
He was more doom and gloom about the availability for records. I don't know.
I think there's a lot of pressings there. I don't know what he was talking about.
My thought on the big titles, like the Chet, that's a lot of that's a lot of records, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm trying to embrace Rob's fashion.
Yeah.
I like that.
That's a track jacket.
Yeah.
Oh,
nice.
Congratulations.
Looking very classy, Stancy.
You already in bed?
Yeah, of course.
What time is it Sweden?
What?
Here's the funny thing, Stumpy. I don't know why I get so much shit for being on my bed.
Come on, you know why.
You know why. As much.
You know why. Don't say you don't know why.
I don't know why.
Come on.
It's cool.
How are you guys?
We're doing good. Long time no see. How are you doing?
I'm tipsy. I drank a few gin and tonic on my stream.
Welcome to the club.
I'm sticking with the THC tonight, personally.
Yeah.
You were there, Mike, right? You were there during my stream for a little while, weren't you?
No, Mike might have been. I wasn't there.
Oh, sorry, Chris.
Okay, no problem. Yeah, I had to take a shower and stuff before.
Same logo, so yeah.
I played quite a few jazz records, interesting stuff.
Now, do you ever? We talked about this before, I think, on Rachel's stream. Did you ever get your stream shut down because you're playing music?
Not during the stream, but my most recent stream got like taken down after because of copyright claims, but never during the stream. Hey, Mike.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Hey, how you doing?
Can I start with Stunty?
Yeah.
The box is officially sold out on Bandcamp.
Yeah, you see, like I talked about it
Yeah.
during the stream, and the last few copies that were there was like 8 copies left, and they sold out while I talked about
Okay,
it.
so here's the next thing I look at. On Discogs, it is now 25 people want it, 15 people have it.
Yeah.
And it,
How many records of that? How many of those did you press, Tony?
he didn't
No, I
press
haven't pressed it. It's not me. It's a box I took. I called Rob to tell him that maybe that could be interesting for you in various ways.
investment opportunity.
Investment, but also it's a really interesting box about like a missing chapter of jazz history. Mike should be interested in that.
You won't like this, Stunty, but the best thing about buying the box with potentially selling the box is you still get access to all the music on Bandcamp.
Yeah, I know.
So I can stream it at any time.
Stunty is apparently quite the influencer these days.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe you'll lay down in your bed and be on stream too, Mazzy.
So, Mike, my friend Jazz Shit Brooks is tooling around Manhattan with his wife.
Oh man!
And he was just, I mean, he went today to the Lou Reed exhibit at the library, public library, but they're at some play tonight with Nathan Lane based on the photographer. I forget his name right now.
Oh.
And I said, "Oh, you're going to go out for like a late dinner after and go to Studio 54 and snort coke with Bianca and Andy?" And he says, "We actually had a bite at the MoMA, but the theater they're in is in the old space that Studio 54 used to be in, of all the places."
Yeah. Hey.
So, Mazzy, is it the same exhibit that was at the moment, the Lou Reed?
I don't think so. I think it's a different. I don't know what it's called. I saw it on Instagram, on Lou Reed's Instagram the other day. So I told Brooks about it. He went today. So, yeah, his wife like schleps him around all these plays and things and stuff, So he just sent me pictures, obviously, of the Chelsea Hotel in Dakota. He lived in Manhattan for like 6 years in the 80s, so he knows it.
Yeah, I just came from a cigar bar with my neighbor downstairs, and we were talking about how things have changed in the city, and how things are changing up here, and how like where I used to live in Harlem, they're going through like a sort of a rough phase right now with the whole gentrification.
Blame Bill Clinton for putting his office up there.
Yeah.
I'm kidding.
Wait, there's a cigar bar in the Bronx?
No, this is it's right near the stadium. Like, you can walk from that's like 3 minutes from Yankee Stadium.
Wow.
Yeah.
Awesome. So I was wondering, I wanted to get Mike's opinion or thoughts about that. Like, so I've been talking about that box set. I went to the release party of that was hosted and produced by Mats Gustafsson. And so, are you aware of this guy, Bengt Nordström?
I wasn't. Rob sent it to me also. He sent me the link.
I'll post the link right here.
And
it's sold out now, right?
Yeah,
but you can sample the music on the Bandcamp.
Yeah.
Were you aware of it, Mike?
No, I wasn't. I was not. When you were talking. Was it on the stream or earlier? Because you had mentioned. No, maybe were you on Rachel's earlier today?
Yeah, I was.
Yeah, you were talking about Matt Gustafsson. I know about him because through Ken Vandermark.
But what's insane about the Bengt Nordström, I had 2 of his early LPs and I sold them because they were so expensive and it was such a good deal. But like he released Albert Ayler's very first album in '63 before the first US one on his own Swedish label, and in '61 he was already doing solo saxophone improv, like 5-6 years before Braxton was even starting to have the idea of doing that.
When did he start putting his albums on ESP? When was that? But mid 60s?
Well, ESP started in when? In 66,
66
65?
or 60s?
Yeah, I would say around there. It had to be
Yeah.
mid 60s, definitely.
Well, ESP started.
Hello?
I felt somebody's
You're on
sound
mute.
drop
What
off.
happened?
Well, but in the box, Stunty, there's just one full album of his, right?
I mean, the thing is that he was putting the albums himself, so he was pressing them at demand. There's only one album that he pressed 200 copies of, and one that he pressed 100 of. All
Wow.
the others are weird variations and
Mm.
one-offs. And what's pretty cool with or also frustrating with the box set, is that Mats has compiled a full discography of all these like vanity presses.
Mhm.
Sometimes he would use one stamper and another and press a record because he felt like that. And sometimes, like, he had obviously he had access to a pressing plant and to to a place to do stampers, and he couldn't pay people to get his records in the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s. And now these records have been like, people are starting to understand the importance, historical, and the quality of the music as well.
One of
Yeah.
them's worth 20. I saw one was like went for $2,500.
Oh, one of the ones I sold for about that price, $2,200, like a few
Wow.
years ago.
What else is in this box?
There's the first LP, which came in 4 variations. The thing that is funny with it, when I first got it, I got it because it was a good deal and I knew it was rare and maybe interesting, and I didn't like it. And I sold it for good money. And then I found another copy for cheap, so I got it and I listened to it just to check the condition, and wow, this is amazing.
It
And
hit
that's
you.
how I learned that there were like 4 variations with the same cover but different music inside. And it took a while for people to understand that, because the guy was weird. He was a weirdo.
So
And
this new box only has one record in it?
no, it has the one LP that is the one that everyone
Right.
wants, and it
Yeah.
has, in my opinion, one of the 2 best versions of it. And it has 3 LPs compiled by Mats Gustafsson of
Got
the
it.
tapes of various stuff that was either issued on 1 to 10 copies, LPs, pressed LPs, or never, unreleased.
So there's
There's
4
like-
records in the box?
Yeah, plus a 10-inch of music inspired by him from different
Modern artist, modern
modern artists that are like great. And
Well,
the
good.
7-inch
4
of-
LPs and a 10-inch. I'm not sweating as much. That at least the box is full. with
Well,
something.
okay, so it just
wait,
sold out of
the funny thing also is, which is very characteristic of his, which makes it even more charming, is that there's a 7-inch of him with the Ornette Coleman quintet, but it's actually him using in 62 the 58 something else LP, and just soloing over it, recording it, and putting it out himself.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
Which is you gotta love that kind of stuff.
yeah.
And what was amazing was that during the release party, it started with a movie of him playing solo, and then you had all these solists on the 10-inch coming, great, and then the Mats Gustafsson new band featuring as a surprise guest at the end, Sven Åke Johansson, who doesn't play anymore. You know him, Mike, right? Ash. And at the end, they started to play again the movie of him soloing from in the 60s and playing with him as like a reverse echo of what he was used to do. So that was just amazing.
Yeah, that's really cool.
I just went to the other site that was selling it, and they're sold out. So
There will be a repress, but they won't have all the goodies in it. And when will it come out? Probably not before the 9 months, because
I would be more interested in that, probably, just so I can have the one record and pay less.
So just don't get, Chris, don't get in the thing that's, I hate this music, but I have to get that record. Don't be.
Oh, no. If I don't like it, I'll just sell it.
no, well, I mean, if you want access, I can stream it from Bandcamp since I paid for it.
I'm sure.
But don't get our shit demonetized already.
Whether you really enjoy it or you find it interesting, it's still like one of the great missing chapters of jazz history.
Well, it's like
it's
an art.
available.
I get it.
I don't even think you're going to get flagged from this music. I don't think they're.
No, that's fair.
Hey,
What's up? What's
hey,
up?
Fred.
What's up,
The
Fred?
bald guy on fire down there.
Yeah. Just like today's ERC is still available. Since like early today.
I got one record in lately that you nerds might be interested in that I didn't know they repressed until I went to my Discogs want list, and all the copies were no longer $120. They were $40, which is I think the retail price, but I got that in.
Oh, let me make you big. Hang on.
Nice.
Gotta find your picture here. Here we go.
That's quite a wild record, isn't it?
I love it.
Yeah. But isn't it quite wild?
Yes,
The music-
it's wild. It's maybe wilder than Rob can handle. You know, he'd have.
Is that a challenge?
But yeah. So this who's pressing these now, Stunty? But I guess they're repressed. They were going for a crazy amount of money, and I wasn't going to pay that. But this is.
That's neat. I haven't heard of that.
This is a very nice package. Very, very
Yeah,
nice.
it is. I'm just noticing. I've just sat down really.
It's a dog.
What's the name of the album?
Duo Exchange.
Oh.
I love it. I love a good duo too. Just hear two people interacting with one another.
That's cool.
I have a Frank Lowe solo album that is a little bit too much for me, if I'm being honest. But like him in duo, I'm interested in that. Yeah, I know this one. Like it's good.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah, so you can get this on Bandcamp. Where'd you get yours from?
Mine was through a seller that had a black metal record that I wanted that just happened to have copies. So yeah, on Bandcamp they were sold out for about a year, and I was going to pay the $100 for it because I like it that much, and I just didn't have. Well, y'all know I sold a bunch of my collection last year, so and then I was on buying a couple records a few days ago, and yeah, it's back available. So I'm glad I didn't spend.
I found a site that has it for $32.
Really?
Yeah, I think I paid 40.
what's your biggest jazz want, Fred? Right now.
Right now, nothing. I'm very content with where I'm at. Like, I still have like 15 records I want to listen to.
So there's no record you would sell your car for right now.
No. There's a record that's not even that tough to find, but it's tough to find in decent condition. There's that one Andrew Hill release on Blue Note that, because I had this idea that I was going to collect all of the sort of avant-garde-ish Blue Note releases, and there's one Andrew Hill that it's not been reissued, and that one sort of eluded me for a few years.
One is it?
What is it? I picked up a Andrew Hill record.
I don't think you have it.
Which one is it, Fred?
Well, I still need Judgment because I sold my Music Matters, but is it Compulsion? Yeah, Compulsion.
Oh.
It's been reissued, I should say, but not any like readily available.
Mm-hmm.
Like even the 70s issues go for like $200, I think. Compulsion.
Well, yeah.
I am excited about
Yeah, this one.
Yeah.
Oh, he just pulled it out?
Yeah.
What a dickhead. Like, you're just telling me that dude has 15,000 records. Okay, I mentioned one that I want. He has it right.
Yeah, that is
Do it
pretty.
again.
I think
Another record.
I think Stunty has Ingru Mike's ping software that he knows ahead of time.
Yeah, something's up.
Let's see if it works again. Vince Guaraldi, Charlie Brown, Christmas. Go, Stunty.
Yoko Ono, Approximate Infinity Universe. Her 90th birthday is tomorrow.
I had my list of, while I'm around jazz people, I had my list of. I've been taking notes with note cards lately instead of in a journal, and this is the result. Is me sitting here thumbing through them. I had my list of tone poets and stuff that I was actually interested in this year.
Is it? What was the one, Rob?
Charlie Brown, Christmas.
Oh, here it is.
Ah!
Stunty, do you know or have this one?
I don't know that.
Is
It's a Brazilian singer, Bossa Nova. It's a 69 record. It was only released in Japan. There's only one on Discogs now for $400.
You're
And
Bossa
how
Nova fan?
good is it?
It's good. It's very good, but it's rare. She's still active and singing, recording, but she just recorded this one in Japan. My Corolla.
Oh, actually, I just saw there's a reissue. There's a duo of Brazilian singer who moved to Germany and recorded an album in Finland. That was pretty rare. That was pretty cool. I heard that on Soundom the other day. Let me find it for you.
Yeah. Oh, that's cool.
Oh yeah.
Oh, Alex. Oh, here it is. This is my, reissue want list from this year of all the big, like mainstream, like the Blue Note stuff. Dance with Death, Schizophrenia. I actually haven't listened to Demons Dance. Have y'all listened to that?
I streamed once.
Yeah. It's been years. Excellent.
That surprises me, Mike, that you haven't listened to that. McLean. And then the Nichols Trio, I think I want.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Did you have that?
I don't have it.
You mean that was the Tone Poet, right?
Yeah.
It was
the classic.
Yeah, it was
No,
classic.
the classics I have. Because you actually, Mike,
Yeah.
I have the one that you with the modernist cover.
Yeah, that's.
I was. Yeah,
those were the 10. Those were 10 inches, right? Those were two 10 inches.
Yeah, it was two 10 inches on a 12-inch.
And they put it together, right?
Yeah.
And I listened to that
good.
thing so many times last year. In fact, I need to pull it again. And
yeah,
then
years ago, Mosaic put out that the complete Herbie Nichols in a box set, and that's what I have because it's trios. And the difference is basically Art Blakey is playing in one of the trios, and Max Roach is in the other.
Do you have the CD or the vinyl set?
I have the CD. I have the CD.
Yeah, Brooks has all those Mosaic CDs. Yeah.
But I have a mixture with Mosaic. It's I have a lot of the LPs, and then I have I bought the CDs when I was I started buying the CD box sets when I was
Herbie Nichols. You know how you remember that name, Rob? Herbie Nichols, Herbie 5 Cent.
Yeah.
Mike was in the middle of a sentence.
What an asshole.
Yeah, Mazzy interrupting people again, man.
I started buying the CD box sets when I was in New Orleans, and I didn't have my my turntable.
When were you in New Orleans?
Oh God, man, that's like 1990.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So I have all these CDs. My friend that I've mentioned before that was writing for Coda, this label out of New Orleans kept sending him all these CDs, and they continue to send him stuff. And he's written to the guy that runs the label and said, "Hey, I don't write for Coda anymore. You don't have to keep sending me all this stuff." But anyway, he gave me this stack of CDs from them. I'm trying to find my CDs. They're over. I'll have to get them out. I'll go get them. But I was wondering if you had heard of the label. It was around the 90s, I think. And it was like local acts. Some of them were really interesting. Some not so much. But
Is it jazz or is it New Orleans type of like?
No, it's not. It's not like.
It's like
Zydeco classic jazz.
It's Zydeco stuff. Or
some of it's avant-garde. Some of it's free. Some of it's like kind of just hard boppy. It's just jazz.
Yeah.
Hold on, I'm gonna go find it.
I mean, they had a pretty good avant-garde scene down there. Kid Jordan, still lives in New Orleans.
Yeah.
And
Alex,
when you were stationed in Okinawa, Mike, did you get into the local folk scene?
No, I just started listening to jazz, and I would hang out at the Japanese jazz clubs.
Yeah,
jazz pieces.
Because there's also like a jazz label from Okinawa that is amazing. That like, the name escapes me right now, but there's a story about it. Like they put out something like 20 records that are some of the most exciting avant-garde free jazz that was influenced by the local folk music as well. It's
that would be cool.
from the 70s.
Yeah,
that's nice.
Oh, man.
Yeah, well. Okinawa is an interesting place, obviously.
Yeah. I had a good time. I had some friends that actually I had a friend who was a DJ. I mean, and because he was a DJ, we got to actually go to places where they wouldn't allow American military in. So that was cool. That was a good experience.
I listened to this before we signed on here. I put it through the cleaner machiner thingy, ultrasonic-y.
You love her.
I like his big kind of orchestrated stuff. This is fucking smoking. This is a great record.
I don't have that one. That's
Oh,
cool.
well, no, I don't like
it's a
the
sequel.
Yeah.
You're not on the verge of being committed, Mazzy. You know the name of the cleaning machine. It's the Humming Guru.
I always want to say DeGritter, and that's not the
Okay.
one. It's Humming Dingbat.
Well,
Humming Guru.
Mike, it's Valid Records.
No, I mean,
This is a little later than the 90s. This is 2006, the one I have in my hand. I have more. I just don't know where I put my CDs, but this is Rob Wagner, James Singleton.
I have some of these CDs of this label, Fred. Yeah.
Rob Wagner sounds pretty familiar. That name sounds familiar. It's just not shocking, but how many,
he was in Heart to Heart.
It's it's just so many musicians down there.
Yeah.
Crazy.
So, what do you think, Mike? You recommended that James Brennan Lewis record last week.
Mm-hmm.
Sarah here says he likes it. He got it. I've got it ordered. I don't have it yet. So
yeah, I played it 4 times already.
Oh wow, nice.
And besides like listening to it on my way to work on my whatever it's called. What is it called?
Oh, someone's backstage, I think.
iPod.
Mike is an influencer too, because he made me buy that jazzy, shitty Beatle record, which I haven't got. I'm not saying shitty.
The Impulse one?
No. Brad Mehldau solo piano Beatles. It's really good.
Well, it's on the way. It's on the way.
Yeah.
So thank you, Mike.
Yeah.
You have Beatles related, Mazzy. Come on.
Yeah, but I used to do anything that was Beatles. I would buy anything, and I've like the last 10 years I cut way back. So unless someone
he didn't buy anything.
I'm surprised you don't have
$7,000
I said I cut back.
I'm surprised you don't have the Impulse covers from like what was that, 2015 or
talking to me?
Yeah, it had Mary Halverson, my favorite guitarist. She does
it was a Record Store Day album, right?
No. I got some Mary Halverson because of you. I don't remember which one.
No, but this is a record.
A Beatle shit record? A Beatle cover?
Yeah, it's called A Day in the Life Impressions of Pepper, 2018.
Yeah. Oh, I got that. Actually, I think Nick Rudeau sent it to me. Somebody sent it to me. I think it was Nick. I have it. It's got a Sgt. Pepper cover, right? It's got a Sgt. Pepper cover.
Yeah.
I got it.
Did you get the Stax one they put out a couple record store days ago? The Stax Beatles cover?
Yeah, the white cover. Yeah, the double album. I have that. Yeah.
You know, Mazzy is that sucker that someone's sitting there going, we could release a set of Beatles covers, I guess.
At least I admit it. Of course. This morning on Rachel.
I gotta get it.
I don't want to plunge you further down in hell, Mazzy, but are you aware of a band called Minas? They just did a whole album on vinyl of bossa nova covers of the Beatles, and it's actually.
I don't think I don't know that one. No.
It came out in December.
Well, have you ever sent a VCLT to anyone in America?
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
but I don't have that one.
I got one the other day from
I'm not a Beatles channel like you.
I opened this pack and I thought, wow, that's really nice of Stunty to send me this record all the way in the U.S. And then as soon as I opened it, I got a call and said, hey, you owe me for that record that was there. So
you bought it in an auction. Come on, Fred.
I did. Yeah. I forgot it. It was like 6 months ago.
I just want to show something. Talking about James Brandon Lewis. The last time I saw him, it was this performance connected with Sam Rivers, his Riv Bay Studios. They were like celebrating it. And there's this guy, Rick Lopez, that put out this book.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Nicole was posted this book on Instagram. So.
Wow.
And it's really all the sessions. It's really great. It has some interviews. But when I was at the performance, I was sitting in a row, it was like 4 seats, and Henry Threadgill was like right next to me.
Oh, that's awesome.
And he actually signed it, and he signed it for me, and he was pretty cool. He actually, you know, we had a little conversation, but he was cool. He was checking out new music, so that was pretty interesting, and he hung out like most of the night.
Wow. Did he buy you drinks?
Actually, they did have drinks. No, I don't think he drinks.
I got a copy last night as well, of course.
Of the book?
Yeah.
Well, is it like the Coltrane reference that I showed, where it's like it's just raw data, like you kind of got to know what you're looking for?
It has it has all the sections, but it has some interviews.
Okay, so there's more than just it's more than a reference, like just a reference.
Yeah, but it's primarily a reference. I mean, it's really extensive. And it, he did it in conjunction with the family.
Yeah.
It's like $65. It was so funny. You have to buy it through the guy's GoFundMe. And when I was there, I was like, oh yeah, I'll pick up a copy. And he was like, okay, just take it. You can pay me later. You don't have to do it right now. I was like, I can just go on my phone and send it to you. But he was like, go ahead, you're good. You're good for it. I'm like, all right.
I'm
Kevin,
surprised you
I
have
the persuasions, Kevin.
Yeah. I mean, the cool thing about this book is that he said when he updates or posts more, he just sends a PDF.
Yeah.
This is true. I keep telling Mike to sell this record, but
damn,
he was to keep it.
I'm starting to feel sorry for it with all you dumpers, man.
What are you talking about? We had one little minor.
I'm just kidding.
Review. Come on. Are you gonna make a sad video about us?
I think I just hooked up with her on Hinge, so I have to see.
Yeah. Has anybody else gotten that yet?
Hinge?
No.
Hinge.
Hinge. Is it Hinge or Hinge? I don't know.
Mine's coming at some point, and I will review it.
I have it.
I refuse to get it.
You refuse to get it?
Based on how I've been maligned for supporting you guys.
Yes. It's very tough.
You've been maligned for a whole variety of reasons, Rob.
So, Mazzy, what did you think of the second side
of the Kristen?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I like the album. It's not this great thing, and the fact is, I probably wouldn't have bought it otherwise. So it's a way to get into it, but it's not a bad thing. I tell you, as I said in one of these comments, I liked it better than I like Blowout by the Three Blind Mice.
Yeah.
Listen, your threshold for hating shit is that album, so you liked it a little bit better.
Well, I totally understand that concept, and I try to resist of buying something just because of who puts it out and the sounds. Like where they're all in on One Steps, where you're all in on Acoustic Sounds, Single Origin, whatever they are.
Yeah.
Buy the music. Pick and choose MoFis, pick and choose everything else. But when someone just because the spines look good, everything. I buy probably 80% of the Tone Poets. I don't buy everyone, but I buy most of them.
Yeah.
Hey, Mike, is there another Lady Jazz album we can bash tonight so we can deal with the aftermath tonight?
Would Diana Krall be in that category?
I don't know.
That's my point. That's what I said to Mike and Chris a couple of days ago. If he recorded like a Nora Jones or Diana Krall, people will bash it just because they're mainstream.
I have a question. Has Elliot been here for the last 3 hours? I just noticed.
Yes.
Welcome, Elliot.
He put on his shirt and he took some LSD right before he came out.
Did you get out of a Grateful Dead concert? Come on, what's going on there?
That's a Christmas present for my daughter.
Oh, sweet. That's okay. Now you embarrassed me. That's sweet.
What, the LSD or the shirt?
Mazzy, come on.
Actually, talking about women in jazz, my alias tonight is a tribute to women in jazz, obviously.
Yeah. But just as a parenthesis here, still on Mike's thing. If we're talking about being virtuoso, these guys, they really knock it out of the park.
Yeah, let's talk about that.
You know, I streamed it because I heard about them and it didn't do, but I haven't heard the record. So.
Have you seen them playing? You should see them.
No,
playing.
I have not.
Yeah,
There's a public radio mini desk concert.
There's a
Yes,
small,
go check it out. This kid is a monster player, and she also.
I've
like,
heard that.
monster
I've heard
part.
that. I want
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah.
Mike, you look like someone just punched you in the gut. What's going on, man?
Oh, he bought a record.
Hey,
I'm
what
shocked.
happened?
We're talking
No,
about the
I
JD,
was watching
the
it,
Tommy and
so-
JD Beck record, though, Mike.
What's up?
Didn't you have a review ready coming for that JD Beck?
No, but I do have an add-on for it.
All right.
So if you want to watch a review, that record's been out for like a year or so. So there's plenty of really good reviews, and there's this one jazz composer who has like 1 million subs. I forget the name of the
Are
channel.
you
right
gonna
now.
make an enemy of him?
But what he says that JD Beck and Domi, they're a duo. She plays electric organ and he plays drum set, and that Grady Tate on this, JD Beck's style reminds him of Grady Tate. So I gave this a stream and it's excellent. So I picked it up, and if you like that kind of like hard, fast, almost like it's like almost like what's the word? It's like proto like electrical like drumming style. Like this is a cool one, and it has a Stan Getz, which is pretty good.
That's his best Ferv album, as
And-
far as I'm concerned.
And Ron Carter and Chick Corea. So
Yeah,
it's
yeah. That's a good
solo
album.
quartet. This is really good. So
Yeah.
anyway, if you like this, check out the JD Beck one.
Yeah.
What's the title of that one? The
Sweet Rain.
Yeah.
Rain.
Yeah, it's really good.
Yeah.
And there's a Bossa song on it too.
What year is it from?
Stan Getz have written 67. Sorry.
Yeah, and that's a really good. I mean, those guys are killers. I mean, if you see them playing, this kid's like 16. He like knocks
He
out-
looks like he's 14.
yeah, kind of like this. But and if you, I mean, saxophone female players, to me the best nowadays is Melissa Aldana by far.
Oh.
Don't come with this bull crap. But like, oh, that's the value. No, Melissa Aldana, she's amazing.
Who the hell's like cooking?
All right, so I invited Kevin to join. Kevin is one of my really good friends, and he went digging today, and I asked him to come on and show his haul.
Yeah. So,
Oh, what's up, Kevin? What's up, man?
yeah, it's awesome to be on here. I've been watching you guys for a while. I've been buddies with Mike for a while, and done a couple cool records tonight. So, I was at a local haunt and was digging around through the the discount bin and found some cool stuff. So one of them, and I haven't listened to any of these yet, so I have no idea if anything is good or not. But one of them is this guy, Phil Woods Quartet, the new Phil Woods Quartet, with Pete Robinson, Henry Franklin, and Brian Moffitt. And I've listened to a lot of his old stuff, but have not listened to anything from this era. So I'm kind of interested in checking this guy out.
What's up,
Henry,
like,
Henry
Label
Franklin.
on.
Henry Franklin had those two albums on the Black Jazz. They
Oh,
call him the
nice.
Skipper.
Yeah.
And
Nice.
he's still playing. He's still playing. He's like 80 years old, still playing.
Phil
That's
Woods
awesome.
is my favorite alto player, so I'm definitely interested in that. That's cool.
So also found a couple like sort of later re-releases of a couple Blue Notes. So this copy, I think it's from the early or mid 90s of Leeway by Lee Morgan. So Lee Morgan, Jackie McLean, Bobby Timmons, Paul Chambers, and Art Blakey. Also saw this one, which I haven't seen very often. This Dialogue by Bobby Hutcherson. So
That's a good record.
and Freddie Hubbard, Sam Record. Yeah, I have not seen or heard this one before, so I'm really excited to check this out. And then these last couple were pretty cool. So digging through the dollar bin, I found an OG of this Joyride by Stanley Turrentine. So, so this is one I hadn't seen before, or haven't heard before. At least I've seen it before, but hadn't heard before. And for $1, you really can't go wrong.
Now,
But then this
the press? Is that a Van Gelder?
This is a Van Gelder, with the ear and everything. This is an
nice.
OG, like first release of this guy, which is like kind of mind blowing for $1.
Yeah, that's great.
But the one that really kind of got me crazy was I found this guy.
Oh!
It did get you crazy. Damn.
Oh,
Mike, did
So-
you just invite him up so he makes you look better?
Yeah, well, Kevin needs so Mazzy.
it's okay.
Hold on, Mazzy has to teach Kevin how to show a record.
That's true. That's true.
I got to teach you the Maslowian flip.
You have to,
Mazzy,
Mazzy, you have to put together
Hey.
you have to put a seminar together.
Which
Hey,
pressing is that, Kevin?
I'm
Which
gonna
pressing
do-
is that?
I'm gonna
Kevin, if you want to land the backflip, just insult a female musician and you've achieved your status.
So, well, luckily, I think it's in okay shape. But this point of
It
departure,
was.
at least 5 seconds ago,
Went to a
pressing is
VG
that?
plus
Which
to a G
pressing is that,
minus.
Kevin?
this is the very first pressing. So
Nice.
this is So this has got an ear. This is no deep groove, which I don't think there was one, and it was in the discount bin for $1.
Wow.
And I'm
That's a good
blown
album.
away.
I love it.
And it's an incredible album.
Where are you at? Where location are you at?
So I'm in New Jersey. I'm in North Jersey. So the place,
You're in Bergen County.
Morris County. So
Morris
there's a local spot, Factory Records, that I go to a lot. It's an awesome store. If anyone's in the area, you should go check them out. They're just awesome. But yeah, they've got this like discount section, and every once in a while you find some insane deals. So there you go.
Yeah, this record is amazing. I have the Music Matters. Thank you, Fred. Fred is no longer here, but so on Turrentine, pretty
But
good.
besides this being a great deal for you, Kevin, that's in my opinion, that's one of the top 10 best Blue Note records ever.
That's awesome.
Oh, yeah.
That's awesome. Yeah, now I have the original. I have one of the one of the ones that just came out, the classic series. I got that.
What's the condition of the record? How's the record?
It was
Well,
good before.
it was okay before. I mean, it's a little chewed up, but I mean those Blue Notes from that era, even when they're scratched up, still sound ridiculously good.
Would that be?
Can I sell you a humming guru?
What's that? Oh, did they try to sell me a humming? Oh, yeah.
I'm just kidding.
So, speaking of Turrentine as a shoulder one, and for a stunty, for like women in jazz, this is a great record. People don't talk much.
Oh yeah.
Well, you know how many he did with her, though, right?
Yeah, a couple. Yeah, I mean they were together. They're kind of close by, right?
They have
Chris,
like
you wanna
something
just
like 20
control
records together, I think.
Yeah.
Chris, you just want to control.
So this
I don't
Joyride.
care. Go for it.
Oh, I just got a copy of that.
The spoiler is a great one.
Who's on that?
So the spoiler.
Well, that Horace Parlin just came out with him on it.
So the spoiler is Blue Mitchell, Julian Priester, James Spaulding, Turrentine, Pepper Adams, McCoy Tyner, Bob Crenshaw, Mickey Roker, and Joseph Rivera. Shakers and tambourine.
Wow.
Are there any female musicians on there that we can make fun of?
No, not on this one.
Everybody's getting this, but this is Stanley Turrentine and Tommy Turrentine.
Yeah,
with,
that's a great.
Why did the FBI like black out some of the type on the cover?
yeah.
That was a very abrupt takeover in the
Hey,
middle.
Mazzy, can you ring a bell when you make a joke or something? So we
No,
know?
Rob. Like, whenever Mazzy makes a joke and doesn't say it's a joke, it's a racist slur. Like, it's either racist or a joke.
What are you fucking talking about?
Nerdology.
One of my friends who never watches Rachel's, and all of a sudden he, like last week, watched a couple days of Rachel's stream.
And last
He
but
goes,
not least,
Who is that French guy that hates all the Jews?
What do you got there?
Oh, I just got that too.
Were you hungry and you bit off the corner?
Yeah.
So does that mean it's a UA? Is that a UA pressing?
Yeah, that's a Black Bee, but that's Van Gelder. That's a Black Bee Van Gelder. I have a test pressing Music Matters, which sounds better, but this one sounds pretty good as well.
It's pretty braggy. And amazing.
This is I'm in that collection. I think the archivist has taken this one. This is a DMM copy.
And,
It sounded really good.
I like the DMM.
Yeah, it sounded really good. There's a bunch of jazz albums in that collection. I'm going to probably sell. So.
I have a Hank Mobley DMM. It sounds amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah. And since OJC became the new Prestige Originals, I scored this one today. Mint.
Very nice.
Oh, I sell those OGCs a dime a dozen.
Yeah.
What's the Felipe? What's the code word to get that album?
That's 84 pressing. 84.
Hey, can I show some stuff?
Of course.
Go ahead.
Today. I got this because there's Jimmy Jufrey right there playing sax and clarinet on this.
Oh, nice.
It's a nice mono. The album is mint. This cover's kind of blown a little, but it's really
Dude,
good.
It's very offensive that you just mentioned, the one player. You didn't even mention the leader of the band. Come on.
Shorty Rogers. This is my first Shorty Rogers. He sounds good.
It's awesome.
Who's that drummer that has that grin on there with the cigarette?
That's Larry Bunker, man.
Okay.
I think that band
a lot of shit. I read people said this is like one of the best West Coast session albums. It's good. Here's whenever I see a
Muse,
and Buster Williams is on this, but this is a Van Gelder. He did this.
That's nice.
And anybody familiar with this guy? What's his name?
Yeah.
He still plays today. He's a jazz guitarist. People.
Did you listen to it, Rob?
No, I just got it.
It's
Why?
pretty
That?
terrible.
It's terrible.
This one is not that good.
I didn't pay a lot of money for it, so I'm not. This I'm very interested in. Do you know this, Fred? You have this one? Because these are 3 sides are unreleased parts from the Village Vanguard live. So Dolphy's on there, and then there's unreleased takes from the Africa base.
I wonder if it's the same as this one. Hang on. We talked about this earlier, but I've got this record. It's from the same show, and it's I don't know.
It probably is. We went over the things. Yeah, that's just that one goes for more money than this one.
I paid $20 for this band. It's expensive for me.
Oh, Fred says they've been released before.
Yeah,
Okay.
we're doing a live stream, I think on Sunday, where we're gonna look into the Trip label.
Yeah. Can we do a quick panel question? Has anybody bought Trip, and do you have any impressions of it?
Yeah, they're usually shitty, right? But I got the Lee Morgan, which is his first 2 albums, and it actually sounds really good. People say these are horribly pressed. I just picked this up today to just be part of the live stream we're going to do. But it looks pretty good. It's pretty mint. It looks like it wasn't played. But very ugly labels and
terrible labels.
I don't know what kind of rights they had, but these look like prison cards or something.
Maybe they're pressed in a prison.
Maybe with license plates. And then I picked up
hang on.
The Pablo Wellingtons. So.
Oh, is that the Queen Suite?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think I have 3 or 4 copies now, so I have to divvy them up. I have one set aside for you, Mike.
Nice.
So these are promo ones. So that's what I got today.
Send me the promos, man.
And then I found this. So
that's a great album.
Yeah,
It's
I know.
coming out, right? It's coming back.
I didn't realize how this sold out and people freaked out over it. So
yeah.
It's like a Stoughton cover. It's really nice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I want to get that. I'm not buying the picture disc version though on RSD.
You can probably still get the original for a decent price for around 20.
No, you see it all the time. It's like $10 or less.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's a popular album. I have the CD. I don't have the album, so I picked it up.
We lost Kevin.
Yeah, he had to go.
Well, he's crying because he dropped that expensive album.
I can't believe how did he find that for $1? That seems insane.
In any condition.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah.
That's unusual.
For the jacket, if it was an old jacket, just so I could put it on a wall.
Mike, you've elevated yourself from Gilligan to the professor by bringing your friend on here.
Yeah.
So, anybody else have any records to show? Stunty, did you get anything new in this week?
Oh yeah. But you were for a little while at my stream.
Yes.
Yeah. I got a few things, but for me, the problem with jazz is that it's very hard for me to find the jazz I'm after. Yeah, so I showed the box set and I played some of it, but like the jazz stuff that I don't have, it's because it's impossible for me to get for the most part, or like I can't even like I could almost disclose what it is because like it's unlikely that anyone would find it for me, but I don't know. It's I'm kind of I felt for quite a while that my jazz collection it's not like it's complete, but like I don't think I'm after more than like 30-35 jazz records anymore.
Yeah.
And then there's new stuff and the stuff that you discover that you didn't know about, but I'm pretty content with my collection for the most part. I did my homework early enough.
So Stanty et Mike, aujourd'hui j'ai reçu un disque de Mike.
Ah, nice. Bien joué.
Aujourd'hui, j'ai someone with you. Mike, I just got it. Sounds amazing.
Yeah,
Hey.
it's very good.
Hey, Felipe, can you drop the album on the floor, please?
Yeah.
Who was it?
The vinyl record part.
Already.
Is it like a Sam record or something? Who did
Yeah,
that?
that's a Sam.
Yeah. Yeah, because that one was unreleased, right? That's an unreleased performance.
What the hell is
two things I noticed. Fred said he was going to be like 500. They're not numbered.
Okay.
So also an interesting thing. So George Arvanitas had a trio which was very popular with the Americans when they arrived in Europe. He was backing up them all the time. But him as a quintet, there's very few records of that. Like I know it existed, but like.
Mazzy, don't leave the floor. We want to know what's
Is Mazzy going to recreate the Burt Reynolds centerfold?
You're interrupting.
I wanted to show some of these records that I'm going to be selling. I got to clean them up, but this is just some.
Are you paying the Jazz Bums money to do this?
But they want to see. Maybe they get a preview. You know?
They're all going to the in groove. So.
What's that? Oh, are those originals?
I have it.
Some are not. Some are 60s, some are 70s. You know,
these are all great. Oh, that's one of my favorite culture.
70s, 70s.
Good record.
Got
that one. I already have all these.
Okay, well,
that would be nice.
That's nice.
That's
a good one. I like this one.
Yeah,
that's an early one.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
This is a later 70s, I believe, or this is I forget what that is, but
it would be good to know the records before you show them.
Yes,
I'm just giving you an idea. I just
How do I have every record that you're showing? It's so weird. I don't have that one. There's
never seen that one. Is that a mono?
These are all good killer stuff, man.
Oh,
yeah.
Those are both mono.
These are stereos.
Oh, you were supposed to pull that one for me, Mazzy. That one.
I have an OG.
That's a good one.
That's great. That's amazing.
So, are any of these OJCs or are these?
No, these are
not OJCs. But
those are the ones you want, Mike.
I have that record. It's good.
This is an OJC. That's an OJC.
Okay,
that's
that still sounds very good.
This is early, but it's the record looks pretty good. The cover is kind of, but this is an early. This is a nice copy. I mean,
you should play that. And
I'm gonna clean these up and play them. So.
Yeah, that's cool.
Well, that'll be fun. Just listening to all these records.
Yeah,
right.
Nice.
I wonder if Mazzy has any idea what the conversation was about right before he crashed.
Well, ask her to show records, so you know.
But Mazzy is stacking them. They're going to get warped now.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. No, it's
hey, do you have a lady jazz record we could bash, Mazzy?
I don't have that.
Let's deduct 20% off the price since he's
Now, this one is the wrong type. It's a 6i, the wrong type on the song order here.
It's a 6i stereo,
mono.
Wow,
it's funny how all these records they have like the upper ring where this exactly same.
These aren't mine. But they're,
That's like $7,000 worth of records, Stunty.
I don't know about that.
These two are OJCs. These two are OJCs.
Yeah, Rob, it would be more convenient if it was only
And
one
this
record.
isn't rare, but it's a white label promo.
Mhm.
And there's plenty of other ones, like, you know, like how many are waiting for a MoFi? John,
I have it. It's really good. This is really good. I have it.
That's a very nice chunk of records right there.
yeah, and there's plenty more, and there's like, you know, there's a
Yeah.
bin of there's a bin of Beatles, a bin of Stones, a bin of Dylan. This is just a touching it. So it's overwhelming to go through things and then clean them and to get them.
Oh yeah.
Okay. I'm switching back. I did want to show this.
I'll make it big. I'm being an
Got
idiot. Yeah.
So this is another Sam, and to Stunty's point, this is live in Paris with Nathan Davis, and then his trio backing.
That's that if you buy one album and own only one album, that is a really good album to own.
Oh, yeah.
More than
I don't know.
okay.
Top 100 for sure.
This is a really good one.
The Miles Ahead is
3LP.
probably close to original. It's a 6 size, so it's probably close to original.
Mike, if you want to treat yourself with something really amazing, there's a double LP of the Georgia Vanitas trio on Futura Records that has never been reissued. It's expensive, but not completely unreachable. And that record is like pure fire and very special.
What's the name of it?
I don't remember. It's a double LP of the Georgia Arvanitas trio on Futura.
What's the name of the label? I can't understand it.
Futura.
Future Rock.
Futura. Like the graffiti artist. Futura free.
I found it.
Yeah. So from
it's quite funky that record.
Is it a live concert?
Cool.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't remember, but it's it's just a very nice object also.
Yeah.
Like the music is amazing, but
I bet. From Maz's stash,
I don't.
That's the
Yeah,
moment.
in terms of response there, I got to clean them up. I don't know prices yet or anything. Sorry, I don't even know.
Yeah.
What do you have, Felipe?
That's a mono.
I love that record.
Yeah, that's a great record.
Really that came out as a Verve acoustic sounds, right?
Yep.
Yes, in stereo. But this is the mono. This is A4.
God, I love Gil Evans, and
this is a really
Oliver
good
Nelson. I like that kind of smoking, kind of almost soundtracky jazz.
Yeah, but his stuff in the 70s is really cool and funky shit.
So, and a couple of things. I think Robbie showed the Lee Morgan. This is a Wayne Shorter trip, twofer.
Yeah, are you free to join us on Sunday?
Yes,
Felipe?
yes, sure.
Okay.
So this
now are those his first two albums?
Yes, on
Lee
VJ. Yes. Introducing and the waning moments. Yes.
Yeah, like this one. It's this album here.
Yeah.
This one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
So
one
funny
huge
thing is that the way they put a twofer, this is on side A and C, and the waning moments on side B and D.
Yeah. Well, in the 70s, they did that a lot, like on rock records, 1 and 4 and 2 and 3, because people were stacking their records still.
Yeah.
I hate that shit.
Like those Winwood and Clapton, History of Clapton. There's a bunch of double albums.
And lastly, for Rob, you want a lady jazz record? There's a lady for you, okay?
That bitch.
Hey,
that's such a perfect record.
That's the lady, yes. I
well,
really...
now, so that's the Analog Productions, or it's an OG?
No, that's an OG. Yeah. I believe the Analog Productions might sound better. It's kind of muffled a little bit, but still, it's an OG.
I think I have a Japanese of that. Sounds good.
1 second, Elliot. I want to ask Carlos, what's up, buddy? We haven't even spoken to you since you joined the stream. What's going on?
Not much, man. I'm actually just editing my my RSD wants video.
What's your number one?
I mean, I always like the Jazz Dispensary.
Yeah, it's true.
Comps.
True.
That's
What is
probably
this?
my biggest one.
Is there a theme to it?
I don't know. I don't know if there's necessarily a theme to it.
Okay.
No, they're great. I got the one that I've got 4 or 5 of
I
them.
want that. I think my number one is going to be the Walter Bishop Jr.
That's a good.
Yeah.
Also,
Number
a record call from Flash and the Dynamics, the New York Sound. It's a kind of a Latin soul psychedelic album.
That's
Is
cool.
that one of the craft ones they're
Yep.
putting out?
Yeah.
Wow. I haven't heard that.
So Walter Bishop, this is a Japanese. Did I show you, Rob? If I showed it, please let me know. Okay.
You've shown
What?
it. No.
You've never?
Oh,
I've
yeah.
never seen you show that.
No,
That's-
That's a
Who's
Japanese.
on there with? Who's on there with him?
Walter Bishop too. It's a Japanese one. Jack Stein,
Who are the other two players?
Jimmy Garrison, GT Hogan on drums.
Oh wow!
That Jazz Time label is really good.
It's really good. And it's a Japanese pressing. This is amazing. It's a mono press.
nice.
A record I got through the week. I think I haven't showed yet. I haven't even posted it. I got this on Milestone.
Oh, that's cool.
This
Is it good? You like
this is amazing. I love it. I love it.
That's through Fantasy, right?
Yeah,
Is
it's a
that
Milestone.
70s. It's but didn't I think Fantasy in the 70s distributed
Yeah,
it? Yeah.
Mhm.
This is really, really good. I'm totally surprised, and it was
Nice.
very cheap. It's not doesn't go for very cheap, but I got a cheap copy. And I know if you have a record cleaner, it makes things better.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Joe Henderson, I truly recommend. It's a really good record.
Well, Rob, didn't you just pick up that OJC Henderson on Milestone?
The kicker from Mazzy.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah,
How
that's.
did you get it over Mike from Ingroove?
I knew the secret code word.
He's got a ping.
Does anyone have the Sam Records? I think it's Barney Weiland,
Yes.
the new one that
which,
came out.
which one?
Oh, the
Which
10
one?
inch?
The
The
ten-
new one, the new one that came out. The
Oh,
I think it's like 10-inch or something.
Yes.
Oh, I don't have that.
Yeah.
I want that one.
Yeah.
It's a soundtrack, right?
I think it's better than the Miles 10 inch to my taste. It's
Okay.
better. I like
Wow.
it better.
That's such a cool cover.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's very good. It's like a perfect noir soundtrack.
Oh, it's
I want to get that.
It's a beautiful record.
Does
Does
Mike
any-
Groove have that yet?
No,
No.
he didn't even have it listed. But Mike said that Sam is now going through a distributor, so he's not sending them out himself.
Okay.
So that's changing things. So I'm hopeful to get it because
That was
I got the Nathan Davis one that was repressed from him.
Right.
Yeah, I got that too.
I think that was already the case in Europe, though, that he had like distributors for, but maybe not in the US.
Does anybody care about this one step Black Orpheus from Kraft that's coming out?
I have
next?
like 3 copies of original. I have the red Fantasy. I like the record. It's a fun record. It's an easy record, but it's a great record.
Well,
I like-
the extras, because there are some songs that are not part
I don't
of
have the extra.
the album.
But see, I like the original soundtrack. There's 2 different covers to Black Orpheus. It's not the Vince Guaraldi stuff, but I love the movie. I mean, it's
So the movie came out
59, 58.
original Brazilian musicians compositions. So the Guaraldi is like a
Luis Bonfa and
Luis Bonfa, yes. So it's like an interpretation of that. So it's not the best stuff. If you really want to get the good stuff, get the Brazilian ones from before, and that's it. And only funny thing is that I read the tracking angle review on that. He said it happens to Brazilian Mardi Gras, so there's no Mardi Gras in Brazil. Just to rectify that.
And
Another blow to the tracking angle.
this is a second pressing, so it's not called Black Orpheus.
Is that a red one or not a red one?
This is not a red one. It's
I have no idea.
the point. I got this.
I have the blue, I have a red, and I have a black.
This thing is like near mint. I got this on Discogs for like $14. So
Cast Your Fate to the Wind was a hit.
So I don't know. I mean, I bet the one step sounds really good, but it's just you can get really clean original pressings. for
Yeah,
really
and
cheap.
how? Yeah,
And it sounds very good.
This one's better, I think. Right? The original.
and that had 2 different covers. Well, see, what's interesting of that? I like it, but some people don't like it. Mixes into the dialogue, into the music, and there's a lot of dissolving into. But I love that, man.
Yeah, they do. The other one's great too. The Vince Guaraldi one's weird though, because like half of it's from the movie, and then it's just a bunch of random shit. It's good, but it's not.
I pre-ordered the 3 LP. I didn't get the 1 stuff.
That makes sense.
So this record was pretty much like a Kickstarter for bossa nova around the world, and especially for Record Store Day, get the Carnegie Hall 61. That's the very first concert. All those great guys came here to the US. They showed their music and they captivated the audiences.
Have you heard it?
It's been out of press for a long time. Yes, I heard that. I don't have it, but it's a must-have. I'm gonna get a copy for sure.
Yeah, I probably will too. That sounds interesting.
All right, I'm jonesing and see what Elliot has.
Yeah, me too. What's up, Elliot? What you got?
Yeah.
Hey guys, somebody I talked about a little bit a few weeks ago, and I was able to actually find 3 of her albums. I've got 2 on order, got 1 in, and it's Carol Sloan live at 30th Street. This is to just give you a little background. She was discovered by Columbia Records at it was either the 1960 or 61 Newport Jazz Festival. She was performing there. She was about 20, I think she was 24 years old at the time, but she had been working for about a decade. Since she was 14, she had been singing professionally and with bands and big bands and things like that, and combos and all kinds of things. But Columbia signed her. She did 2 albums. This is the second of the 2 albums she did on Columbia. She got really great reviews, but the records didn't sell great, But her 2 records for Columbia came out both in 1962, early in the year and late in the year. And she was like doing the variety shows on television, singing on and guesting on Johnny Carson, but Jack Parr, I guess it would be in 62 or 3. But then, of course, you know what happened about a year, 2 years later, the Beatles, and her career just kind of went south for many years. She didn't record again until 77. But this album is excellent. I picked it up sealed for I think I gave $12 or $14 for it.
Elliot, is she doing standards on it?
Yes. First, it's a 2i, Columbia 2i. And she has an outstanding voice. She picks out unique songs and standards to do. For instance, she does Chicago, That Toddling Town, Love Walked In. Let's see, Taking a Chance on Love, the standard, My Melancholy Baby, In a Sentimental Mood, another standard. She does the Peter Pan song, The Never Never Land. And it's, as it says, live at 30th Street. 30th Street was the studio for Columbia Records in New York. It was it used to be a church, so it was a big hall with great acoustics. And her first album was done in studio, and she felt like it was a little sterile. Her first album was called Out of the Blue. And so for this album, they said, invite 50 friends and we'll record it as a live recording. Well, 50 turned into 200 people because all the friends brought friends. And so they set up a bar there, and they had the studio equipment all set up and tables around, and she would do a number or 2, and you hear the crowd reaction, and then they would stop the tape and then cut another song, and that's how they cut this album, and it really comes across really, really well. If I was going to compare to another jazz vocalist, it would be Ella Fitzgerald. She doesn't come off as a copy of Ella Fitzgerald, but you can definitely tell she was heavily influenced by her. Sometimes she's got that sweetness of Ella's voice, but she can also go into a more of a smoky, gruff vocal style on some of the numbers. And what she kind of was lost in the wilderness for about a decade. She ended up actually in Raleigh, North Carolina, as she's from Rhode Island, working for an attorney's office. The governor former governor's law office as a legal secretary during the day. And at night, she was playing at this jazz club called the Frog and Nightgown there in Raleigh. So that's kind of how she sustained herself for a number of years. But the work just wasn't there. But she got popular in Japan. So she toured Japan some in the 70s. And in 77, she released another album only in Japan called Sophisticated Lady, which I was able to find a 1984 repress, a U.S. repressing. And I was able to pick that up as well. I'm looking forward to hearing that one.
What a surprise, jazz artists not selling here and have to go to Japan or Europe.
Yeah, there's a lot of female vocalists. Like I've been trying to get a Beverly Kenny record. They're really expensive, and the only reissues are from Japan, like back in the 80s and 90s.
Yeah,
and they really appreciate her. But I never even heard of her here.
Her first album is more expensive.
That's on. I forget the label.
30 or 40 bucks or more.
Roost.
There's not many out there.
He has a couple on Roost.
Elliot, next time you describe this at such length, please show some skin.
Well, Stunny, I thought people might be interested in an artist. They might.
Are you just joking, though?
Nope.
Okay.
So Elliot, that's cool.
I'll check that out.
Those two eyes they sound really good.
There's no doubt they do.
I don't know. Someone asked. I don't know, but 6 Eyes, 2 Eyes. I have a bunch of stuff. I got to go through it. It's hard selling records.
Can I show some stuff?
Obviously,
yeah.
Please.
I'm just gonna.
Discogs.
I'm gonna start off with just 2 things. These are Paul Bley. This is from Mazzy's collection.
Oh, good. You got it.
Yeah. Thanks. It came yesterday. It was trapped in New Jersey for like a week.
Okay.
And
Nice.
and then from Wax, I got another Paul Bley.
Nice.
I like Paul Bley. Paul
My
Bley
cover is better.
He's one of my favorite pianists. I really enjoy it. He
Who's
could
on
play
this?
any
Who's in the
style.
trio?
It's Billy Hart and Jesper Lundgrad. And this is really good. It's all standards, but Paul Bley has his own unique take on them. That's what makes it so great. And then I picked this up. Plaid Room had a sale, and this was on their this was listed. This is a promo white label, and this has Thad Jones.
That album's a little juicy, man.
Kenny Burrell. And I played the first side just a few minutes before I came on, and it's really good. It is really good. And I like
what label's that? That's on
Smash.
Yeah.
Yes, Smash. And Billy Mitchell. I have 2 of his albums on Xanadu that are really good.
That's on Smash?
Yeah, that's the name of the label.
Not Burt Burns' label.
I have no idea.
Burt Burns, Van Morrison, and he produced those rock and roll records. That would be weird. That was his label, Smash.
When you see a cover like that, you see that nice varnish. Like that, that feels like someone ate a lot of porridge and came all over it. It's so nice.
Jesus,
good Lord, man.
And then what else did I get?
You just ruin it for everyone there, Stunty.
I got this one, John Carter. I actually have this is a whole series of 5 recordings that basically it's like his chronicle of the African American experience.
This is amazing. This is an amazing record.
Yeah, and this is on Gramavision. The first one was on Black Saint. This is
Is this from like 86 or 87, something like that?
This is 80. Gosh, 80. This one's 88. This is one of the. This is I think maybe the 4th one or 5th one. This is the 4th one, I think. So this is 88.
Man, that cover makes me need to take like a antidepressant or something.
Ding, 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 ding.
And I got a question for Stunty. I'm going to show it to you.
Nick Cole's spot on.
And Stunty, have you heard of it? This guy.
Yeah, I know Fred Lundberg-Holm, but I don't I don't know the other one.
Oh, okay, that's what. Yeah, I was asking about Freud, the Norwegian player.
That's cool.
Yeah, I've been
How is
listening
it?
to him a lot lately.
Is that a duo? Was that a duo, Mike?
Yeah. And what else? And then I got the classics in the mail today too.
Yeah.
I don't think it's time for me to go to bed. It's more likely it's time for me to have sex or something, but not to go to bed. But
Not on the screen, though.
With yourself?
Sex here, sir. Thank
I
you.
mean, just
You
when you
usually do that in a bed, though.
when you only see me with
Not
one
necessarily.
hand, just assume. Just assume.
Just assume. Okay.
All right, I'm gonna jump in. I got some stuff to show.
Yeah, please, Mike, help us.
All right, this one I listened to side one. This just came in today. This is Joshua Redman, "Still Dreaming," and this is an ode to his father, his group, Old and New Gospel.
Old New Dreams.
Oh, sorry, New Dreams. So I need to anyway. I need to give this another listen, but it's pretty cool. So got this in.
Yeah, and that's Ron Miles is on that, and Ron Miles died last year.
Yeah.
Cornet player.
Yeah, so this is a tenor, a trumpet, bass, and drums. So it's pretty cool. I like that. I picked up this.
Mike is gone. No one can hear him now. What is going on with him?
What do you mean?
Okay, he's gone. Yeah.
What?
You're not gone.
Okay.
I
I got some horse. I didn't have any horse tap, Scott, so I got this, and then I got his Pan African record with the white cover. I forget the name of it now, but that's coming in. So adding some of his stuff to the collection.
I don't think I have any Horse Tap Scott records.
And that one's cool. I think that's his first lead record. This one is Woody Shaw Quartet live in Germany from 1983. And I think this is unique because he usually plays with a quintet or greater. So I think the story is that the tenor that was supposed to show up did not, so they went on as a quartet, and it's really good. I listened to it once. I got to play it again.
He doesn't usually play with a soccer jersey either.
He usually plays with glasses, from what I noticed. So it's kind of a different cover too. But
that's after Dexter Gordon stole his wife from him, and he was sad about it.
And then I got two more. Felipe sent me this. This is a Black Bee, Bird in Flight. This sounds really good. It doesn't have Van Gelder in dead wax, which is important because it sounds so good. So these Black Bees.
What year is that? That's probably 78.
There wasn't actually. You mean the repress? What it is, or the recording?
That copy.
Thanks for watching, man.
I think it's like 72 or something.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
And then I got this, which I won on auction.
I was flexing that in my face. It's like,
this is really. There's like there's one copy in the U.S. online of all pressings. So I got this for $20, which was really sweet. It's on the green Prestige, and it sounds awesome.
I'll give you $25 for it right now.
No way.
Just go down to your flooring store and you can see all those wood samples on the wall.
Oh gosh.
But yeah, some good stuff this week.
Yeah, the theater is sweet. I got a couple records, I think. Let me see. I don't know.
Oh, while you're looking, I grabbed this too. This Tommy Flanagan.
Yeah, that's really good.
The last song is Giant Steps. I waited the whole damn album for them to play it. It's really good.
Oh, you got that too? That's awesome.
Yeah.
Don't the whole album is great though, man. What do you think about the bass playing?
It is.
The bass on that sounds crazy.
I listened to it 3 times. It's really good.
George, that's George Merez, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
He was a great bass player. Yeah.
All right, let me find him. I have to make myself big here. So I don't know. I know we kind of talked about this, but I got this in today. This is the other new classic. It sounds great. I'll listen to it today. I need to listen to it a couple more
What's your
times.
favorite song on there?
No clue, dude. I was like working when I listened to it. So I listened to it a couple more times. I mean, I wasn't like blown out of the water or anything, but I wasn't really actively listening. So I don't know. This one is a different story, though. I would buy this instead of that one if you had to make a choice. It's Baritone Madness on Beehive with Nick Bragnola, Pepper Adams. This is a great, great record.
Now you shared that, and I have to say, in the '70s, they made some ugly ass jazz covers.
I don't know. Pepper's got his pin, man. He's ready for action. Come on. If he has the right
It looks like they're on a bidet and a regular toilet together.
That's fair.
I wouldn't give him my left hand.
No, that's fair. So, Mike, Notes and Tones, Mike, what do you think about this record? You have it.
Yeah, I love it. Pepper Adams. It's just the tempo that they play at. They're playing basically a lot of bop tunes, and the speed that they can play. And they're both playing baritone. It's just really good. And usually I think of Pepper Adams as like mid tempo and slow tempo, but just the up tempo skill that both of those guys have. It's really good, and it's good to hear them play those bop tunes on baritone.
Yeah, for sure. All right, I got one or two more here. Do we look similar? Look, Pepper Adams.
That looks like AKG.
Damn, that does look like AKG. I don't look like him. So this is another Pepper Adams called The Master.
Yeah.
Got him.
He looks like he's upset by something.
He does look upset.
Is it that he's upset that you own one of his albums?
That's probably it. Now shut up. Let me finish. All right, so Pepper Adams, Tommy Flanagan, George Mraz again, and then Leroy Williams on this.
Wait. You almost look like he's your dad and you're his son.
Will you be my dad, Pepper Adams? Oh, you're dead. It's too late.
Is that Timeless Muse or just Muse?
That's just Muse.
It's just Muse, yeah.
I mean, that's one of the best like late Pepper Adams to get. Anything when you're looking at Pepper Adams, you can tell if it's going to be really good if he has somebody from Detroit on it, and Tommy Flanagan on it. I mean, from '69, like most of his records, they have guys that that he played with in the '50s in Detroit. And he continually used those guys like right up until his last recording.
Who were the Detroit players? You mentioned Tommy Flanagan, and there's a bunch of other piano players too, right?
Let's see, the Detroit players.
Donald Byrd,
Paul Chambers.
They're the Jones brothers, the three.
Yeah.
Thad Elvin and Hank, Kenny Burrell,
Jones, yeah.
Kenny Burrell,
Kinnishea.
I don't know. Is he? I thought he was from Denver, but I could be wrong. And Hart, Hazel Ashby is from Detroit.
That's right.
There's the Black Unity Trio. There's a lot of the guys who changed their name.
The tribe people, all the tribe.
Yeah. Jerry Allen was Detroit. Just
Detroit. The jazz players in Detroit in the 70s, most of them were quite political as well.
Mm-hmm.
I got one more, then we can talk about whatever. So this one I got into. Some asshat had put tape all the way around it, and I tried to remove it, and I kind of fucked up the cover, but whatever. So this is Clifford Jordan, Quartet Royal Ballads. Tim Vernell Fournier, who played with Ramsey Lewis forever, right?
Jamal.
But at least he used white tape to match his coat.
No, the tape's gone. I removed it.
Oh, I thought that was white.
Can you put that cover in the Humming Guru, Mazzy?
No, but I put the record to the Humming Guru. It's really good. I like it. It's on Crisscross.
Did you lick the tape just in case?
Yeah, it didn't do anything. I didn't get high off of it. I tried.
Too bad.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
I got some stuff to show if anyone's interested.
Yeah,
wouldn't we be?
Don't go too long.
Yeah, don't go too long.
I just streamed that. That was very different than I thought it was going to be.
Well, what would you think? Like clown noises and like?
No, I just feel like they play like really like I think Shep plays flute on like a really beautiful ballad, like just very different than what I expected.
Well, I don't know how many albums he did with Horace, but he does a lot with.
They did a few after the success of this one. I think they did like 3 more.
Well, Black Ballads they did some later, but he's done a lot of him and a pianist. Like there's him and Mal Waldron and.
I have him with Neil Hennings, Orsted Peterson too.
The thing I wanted to say about this is I had purchased the one that's in print, which is just shitty pressing and a paper sleeve. I couldn't get it clean and play with noise. And I found this original, and it sounds beautiful. So if you could get the original steeplechases and not
That's
those
like
crap,
a 40. That's like a $40-$50 record now.
I paid $20 for it.
Right. Yeah.
Then in the dollar bin, I found this, and this is great. But this isn't listed on Discogs. The earliest one that's listed is a 72. So I'm assuming that's like a 60.
Member and list it. Make the list.
Well, but I don't know. I'm a guess that this is a 69 or 68.
Leave the year off if you don't know, but yeah, that'd be cool.
Well, thank you. Can you walk me through it later when we're not on the stream?
Yes, we can do it right now live. Yeah.
So this is really good. I enjoyed this, and actually, who's playing bass on there? So,
NHOP.
Yeah, good.
Noel Zorsted Pedersen.
Yeah, it's a really nice album, and this guy, I believe, is like an old school.
Teddy Wilson is
played with big bands and stuff.
Oh yeah, yeah.
He was our 36th president.
Yeah.
Well, he was also in played with Benny Goodman.
Yeah.
I love how you all act like you can pronounce the name of that bass player correctly.
I didn't even try. That's how.
Niles Pedersen.
Stunty. How is it said?
I don't know.
That's Lee
it's
Morgan,
English.
Sergeant Pepper.
He can't say it either. He's just bitching that everybody else.
I just go with it.
Hey, can someone in Seattle rush to Bazzy's house? I think he's having a stroke.
Okay. Charisma.
Charisma.
I found, and this was only $40, but it's still in the shrink. Yeah, it's probably a VG copy, but it sounds good.
Have you listened to it?
Yeah.
What's the style on that? Is it more like sidewind?
Does he cover Sergeant
This was
Pepper?
recorded. I believe this was recorded in '66 and put out in '69.
Okay.
Yeah.
I
I mean, look at the cover.
period.
The cover is pop art. It's totally like Yellow
I
Submarine.
believe that this is sort of that period. He was. It's all the same, kind of jammy. I mean, if Hank Mobley's on there, it's nothing that dangerous,
Walton and Billy Higgins are right.
Rob, why did you assume that the record would be VG only?
Did I assume? I've listened
I
to
don't
it.
know. You said that you think it's VG only.
It's because it plays with a little noise.
Okay, you test played. Okay, sorry.
I played it. I cleaned it and played it, and it's not like annoying noise. It's in the these it's a Van Gelder, so they're punchy. So when the music's playing, you really don't hear the noise. This was literally $1. I can't imagine why. It's in perfect condition. Maybe because
why looking at the cover.
Well, he's smoking, man. He's into it. But this is a good album. I enjoy it. And this is that trip that is Lee Morgan's first two albums, and they said it sounds really good. So, picked up this. I guess this is a '80s Savoy reissue.
You've picked that up before, haven't you? I feel like
No,
I've
never had it.
No.
It's kind of archival-y sounding. It's not the best sounding recording, I think.
God, you people with your good sounding record.
And then this is one of the best sounding albums I think I own now. This reissue sounds amazing.
Is that the
slow down sounds? So the guy who started this company was a Warner exec, and he snatched these rights before they started doing the tone.
I might have that. I think I have that.
So he, like a lot of people have picked this up, like Mike said, it's for $25. So this blows away Tone Poets easily.
Green.
So.
Maybe the photographer should have told him not to smile, though.
All right, Chris, I've got a few I'll show.
Right.
I do have that one. Is that Slow Down Records, Rob?
Yes.
I have it. Okay.
Listen to it again. It's so good.
No, it is good. Okay. Sorry to bother you, interrupt you, Grateful Dead fan.
Upon your guys' advice, the Jazz Bums' advice, a few weeks ago, I picked up a sealed new copy of this Sonny Rollins.
It's a great record.
That's fantastic.
And I got it for, everything else was $45 plus shipping and tax. I got this for $34.
Oh, wow.
And it was sealed. I broke one of my rules because I wanted to hear it so badly when I got it.
Yeah.
I put it on without cleaning it first because they bragged about quality control. They do have good quality control. It was perfect. Of course, just like who was it earlier in the stream today, the inner sleeve, that kind with the arrows that point up, I hate those inner sleeves because they're so hard to separate. What did I do? I dropped the record onto the floor while I was trying to get that sleeve open with one hand, holding it with the other.
Wow. Is it okay?
But I got that, and I got 3 more. I'll show you real quick.
Well, hold on, just a beat on that record. So he plays St. Thomas on that, the very famous Sonny Rollins tune. And what I've heard is that he would play live sets and basically like play the theme of that for like as long as he wanted, just like vibing. And until he like felt right, then he would like go into solos. And then sometimes he would be into other songs within the set, and then he'd like go back to that. So there was like a level of a comfort or like a theme within his playing that really kind of became like a overriding kind of, I don't know, style that just music that he always went back to. So it's a great tune, and I love when people cover it. I feel like more people should cover that.
Is that the one that sounds similar to Mac the Knife?
It might sound a little bit. It's the first track on side one.
One of these songs really, the melody sounds like Mac the Knife.
It is.
It is.
Yeah, it is. That's what it is.
Okay, St. Thomas is one. And then I got a nice
whatever.
I got a nice deal on the classifieds at Hoffman. These weren't new records, but they're in excellent shape. Only gave like $12 a piece and $5 shipping. But I got the Charlie Brown Christmas. And I can't say his name. Why do you say his last name?
Vince Guaraldi.
Guaraldi. I love Charlie Brown, man. And Nina Simone sings the blues.
That's good.
It's pronounced Sade.
No, I know how to say her name.
Oh.
Now, this is on 4 Men with Beards. Isn't that a bad label?
Yeah, bad.
Quality-wise.
San Francisco, horrible.
Yeah. Well, I haven't played these yet.
Throw it out your window right now.
No. I only gave with shipping like $13 for it. So.
That's not bad. It's probably fun.
And
$14 too much.
Non-jazz, but this was the other one. I have a copy of this, but my copy is a German pressing that was I picked up crate digging that I could never get it above VG cleaning it. So this is nice to get a really good clean, fairly recent pressing of this. Not that pressing that's so expensive, but recent pressing. So I was pleased to get those this week.
Well, is that one that came out on 6 months ago expensive now?
Well, I mean, just generally speaking, isn't it about a $45 record?
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
You get there, Mazzy.
I'm keeping this one because it's sentimental reasons. I used to hang out in the cafe with Larry Ferlinghetti, Lawrence Ferlinghetti. Beat Poetry owned of City Lights Books. He used to hang out at the cafes in North Beach. This is a 1969 fantasy. It's basically a live poetry reading. So that's close to jazz, right? You know, beat poetry and shit. So
yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and I mean, this was in beautiful. This is like probably never been played. Who sits and listens to beat poetry ongoing a lot? But I thought it was cool. He just died like 2 years ago at 101 or something.
Oh wow, that's amazing.
Lawrence Ferlinghetti. I mean, he published City Lights Books. He published Howl, the Allen Ginsberg poem that got. You know, the cops busted it for obscenity and they won, that type of stuff.
Was that Naked Lunch?
Pardon me?
Naked Lunch? Was that wasn't Ginsberg?
No, that was William Burroughs.
William Burroughs. Did he publish that one too?
I don't think so.
No.
But, you know, Michael McClure, well, anyway, it's an important book. If you're ever in San Francisco, you have to go to City Lights Books. It's still in existence. Hopefully it's I think they set it up. It's like it's a historic San Francisco establishment. Great bookstore.
Didn't you have a video where you went in there and walked around a little bit?
I did one of my last San Francisco. I went with my friend Ron. Every time I go to North Beach, I have to go in City Lights. Yeah.
That's awesome. I'd love to see that store.
Oh, it's so great. Yeah.
Like these, Mazzy?
What you got?
Sorry?
See.
Oh, you got that.
Yeah.
I'm glad they reissued this. I have that box set Rhino put out. What's great about this first one, everyone knows Steve Allen was a comedian, the host of the Tonight Show early on. He was a great jazz piano player. He had a cool people on. He had Zappa on early, but he did that great record with Kerouac reading from his poems and him just playing jazz piano bits. It's great.
Yeah, it is good.
Who put those out?
Threw the chair when Jerry Lee Lewis was playing on his show, and he threw the chair across the stage.
Yep. Who put those beat poets out?
These are put out by, I think, Run Out Groove.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah.
I mean, they're worth it if you like that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
I love those.
So I got these recently.
That's cool. That's like it's an artifact. Doesn't sound great, but
yeah. He got them from me in the auction. Did you listen to anything?
Still haven't listened to it yet.
Okay,
that's cool.
You used to be able to pick up that Beatles album fairly cheaply.
Oh yeah, that's very nice.
Back in the 80s, 70s, and 80s.
See, that Beatle rarities, they should have put the butcher carve in the front.
Hey,
they
Carlos.
Put it on the inside groove.
What's on that Lee Morgan? Can you just do that? Because I think that's a compilation.
Yeah, it's a memorial album. So
can you go through the track list real quick. Just curious.
Speedball, Ciora, Sidewinder, Hocus Pocus, To My Head, Just One of Those Things.
Nice. So I wonder if they're like the original versions of those songs, or if it was a different time you recorded it.
That's an awesome album, though.
I don't have number 2. I think
I have the first one, so this is good to get the second one. I just need the third one now.
For sure.
I might have. I'll see if I have an extra copy of that, Carlos. And
have you heard that yet, Carlos? That one?
The Bags, Big Bags.
Yeah.
No, I haven't listened to this yet.
Okay, I'll get that. That's pretty good.
Is that based Pablo?
Yeah.
It's a little over arranged for my taste, but it sounds good. See what you think.
Mel Jackson.
It was free, so
that's good.
Someone asked about Eugene, Oregon. There's a couple of record stores in Eugene, Oregon that are good, but I don't remember the name. But there's one in an old green, I think it's green house. It's in a house. So look it up and look at the picture. If it looks like a house, that's a record store in Eugene. I've gone to back and forth. I always forget the name of it.
Got this in recently.
What is that? Oh, wow. Okay.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm taking myself from not getting it when it was in.
Yeah.
So
a lot of people are kidding you, Rob.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, if you make any more jokes, I might just kick myself out of here.
No, don't do that.
He's stunty. Rob's just joking.
Yeah.
No.
Right, so Mike and I went to the Village Vanguard on Wednesday.
Yeah.
And we saw the Vanguard Orchestra, which they were fantastic. So there's piano on the left most of the stage, which is a relatively small stage, and then I think they had tenor, alto, soprano, tenor, and baritone, and then there were 4 trombone players with different size bells behind them, and then they had like cornet, trumpet, and then drum and bass, and it was great. Like they would play the theme, and then they'd all step back, and then somebody would step up to do a solo, and like had a lot of room. Like really got to have
they're like the Harlem Globetrotters of jazz.
Yeah.
Hey, Mike, did you get carded? Not tone and no offense, notes and tones, Mike, but I think Mike looks a lot younger.
Well, they're looking for. I noticed on their Instagram account, they're looking for wait staff. So there's some jobs there if anybody needs.
Oh right.
Oh yeah, you saw that. I saw that. Yeah.
Yep.
Well, that's good news. They're hiring. I mean,
Yeah, and they played. The only song I remember is "Wee Small Hours." Mike, did they? I'm assuming they were all standards. Did you catch any of the other stuff that they played?
Well, they did. Remember, they did some Thad Jones.
Oh yeah.
Because the Vanguard Orchestra, it was originally the Thad Jones, Mel Lewis Orchestra. Mm-hmm. Then when Thad Jones left, it became the Mel Lewis Orchestra, and then when Mel Lewis died, they just started calling it the Vanguard Orchestra. And they play every Monday, but last week they were playing all week because it was the 57th anniversary of the orchestra, so they had a whole week. And it's a lot of well, to me, well-known players. They don't get a lot of spotlight, but they're well recorded. Like the trumpeter Terrell Stafford, he's got a number of recordings on his own. There's a tenor player, Rich Perry, who I like, who did some recordings with Lee Konitz, and who else was in there? There was Dick Oates, who's been around forever, excellent alto player. Just a lot of top flight musicians that a lot of people don't know about. Guys that have been around forever though.
Do they are they like studio musicians a lot, or do they go out as that group and play other places? Or
no, they usually they have their own gigs, play with other people. They come together. This is a consistent gig on Monday nights for them, and they get together. And that's sort of how the Vanguard Orchestra started. They were jazz musicians that were playing for like television, in the vans at the studios, the TV studios and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. And they would play at Thad Jones would get them together and they would play at the Vanguard.
Yeah.
I've got one or two records from those groups playing at the Vanguard.
I've got a question for the panel.
Okay.
On this Nina Simone record, the guitarist on here is Eric Gale, and there's an Eric Gale and there's an Eric Gales, I believe, both guitarists. I think I was at a Buddy Guy concert, and one of the two came out and guested with Buddy Guy, and he's more of a blues guitarist.
Yeah.
That's not the same as this Eric Gales, is it, on the Nina Simone?
Eric Gale did a lot of stuff didn't he do a lot of stuff for CTI too? And yeah.
Okay. So this would have been.
He's kind of like a Wes Montgomery type, I think, a little bit.
So this is the jazz guitarist.
Yeah.
I think the other one is with an S, Eric Gales. He's a left-handed electric blues player that's pretty well regarded, I understand. But I didn't know if it was which one's which. They confused me. Thank you.
I still don't know.
I think House of Records is right, Shoji. Sorry, I'm answering a comment.
Yeah.
I think.
What's he say?
He was looking for record stores in Eugene, Oregon. Yeah. It's a college town. There's a few record stores. There's a tiny one I went to that was okay. I can't remember the name of it. I don't remember the names, but that one was the better one. It was a decent store. I stopped there when I drive down to the Bay Area.
I think the best record stores are the ones that are off the beaten path, not on the main drags where the rent's really high, but like you have to go down this alley and turn here and go down these steps type places, Yeah,
it's basically where record stores hang out and where hookers hang out.
And they'll give you a happy ending at the end.
Yeah. After you spend all that money on either or.
Yeah. But a college town is good, but a lot of the students don't have the money to pay for the good records sometimes. So you never know,
You know what? Here's the deal, Elliot. They're only as good as the last collection they bought.
Yeah, well, that's true
right.
too.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Rob, I have to correct you.
Finally.
Unnecessarily, but my mother passed away about almost 10 years ago, but she still resonates in my mind, so she's not gone. You asked Mike's friend where he was at.
Yeah.
Behind the preposition at. My mother pounded that into my head growing up.
You have to.
You knew how to speak proper English.
Well,
so
grammar is not
leave off the AT at the end.
Yeah.
Now, Elliot, I appreciate you correcting my grammar,
You're welcome.
but I'm gonna refer to you as a mother.
Well, Elliot, I want to know, since your mom, I'm sorry that your mom passed away 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Has Rob asked you to look at her record collection yet?
Yeah. No, Rob has not.
Okay.
I've got them though. She had CDs though. She had 3 CDs in her car when I cleaned.
Are they still there?
No, I cleaned them out. I got them. One was a Sinatra record.
Which one?
One was I don't remember.
My
One was a Barbara Streisand record, and the third, this was always struck me, was a Buddy Guy record.
Wow.
And which one killed her, do you think?
So now I get the Sinatra and I get the Streisand, but I
So
don't
a
know.
mafia. Okay. A black guy, a Jewish woman, and a mafioso walk into
Those
a bar.
claims are unfounded, sir.
Hey, has anyone joined Mike's Facebook Sinatra group yet?
I
Based
have.
on,
I
based
don't
on
go
what
near-
Mazzy
I
has
don't
just
go
said,
anywhere near Facebook.
I had to go, but please, Mazik, before I go, can you please show us again your Coon T-shirt? No, like close it so it's like
There's
thank
no
you.
C. How can it's not a?
No, but if you hide the yo and the o at the end, it's
Oh,
cool.
I get it. Like that.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Have a good evening, guys.
Later.
Later.
Finally, we got rid of that tweaker.
Yeah, you can make your bad jokes in peace now, Mazzy.
Exactly.
Well, Mike got some more records. Come on, Mike. Let's see what we got.
Now this is Mike gave me a copy of this because
Oh yeah.
I was really I have the CD, but I was looking to get the LP. So Mike,
Yeah.
when we met up,
Well,
I have,
yeah,
I have a shitload of Sinatras to clean and sell. I'm going to sell them as a bundle.
Mike and I are texting, and he sends me a picture of Frank Sinatra sings "Only for the Lonely," and then I was like, "Okay, awesome, Mike's in the Sinatra." Because if he's actively buying it, I was like, "All right." So then he mentioned the next one he wanted was "Wee Small Hours," and I had a extra copy with a ding corner, so I just gave it to him. And that is a great sounding copy. So the Hoffman forms, there's a guy, I wish I remembered his name, but
Is it Mike? Yeah.
he has a, so that's the recent UME pressing, which I have an original pressing and that pressing, and this one is significantly better than the original mono. And
Yeah, all the Sinatras, all the new Sinatras are really.
I'm sure it's digital
good.
or whatever, but it sounds much better. So
I want to find I'm sorry. I want to find the Sinatra when Quincy Jones started doing his arranging and leading his band.
You know what?
That's
I have.
good.
You know what? I have some. I will send to you.
So
You
Elliot.
have to get the Live at the Sands album.
that's
I have
good.
that one, and I'm considering selling that.
So, but the thing is, the story with Quincy Jones and Sinatra is Sinatra went to Monte Carlo to sing for Princess Grace, who he did a film with before she got married and became a princess. So he's there and he needs a band. So he contacts some people in France where Quincy Jones is studying. And he's like this young guy, and they're like, they need like an arranger, conductor. And he's like, yeah, I'll do it. So he goes in, he meets Sinatra. Sinatra calls him Q, which is supposedly where he gets the nickname Q. And then they go out and they play this great set. And then later on, as Quincy Jones becomes like a rock star, they collaborate a little bit later in their life. But it's a really cool story. And I have a copy of that concert, which was broadcast on French radio. It's awesome. It's sonically, it's not like
Quincy
the
Jones
Sands, but
is a
it's
Seattle
incredible.
guy.
It's like Sinatra at his prime, because he just put out, I forget what movie he was promoting at the time, but it was like 57, like top of his.
For him, From Here to Eternity, probably.
Yeah.
No, From Here to Eternity was like 54.
That the collaboration between the two was like a breath of fresh air for Sinatra. He had gotten kind of stale.
Yeah.
And it's really invigorated him to do his best.
Yeah, there's The high school, like only 3 miles from me, the high school up here in Rainier Valley, there's the performing where he went to high school, and there's a performing arts center in the high school, Quincy Jones Performing Arts Center. He donated this money to make a building there, not too far from here.
I think the movie with Sinatra and Grace Kelly is High Society with Louis Armstrong.
It is. So this was after that, and he was promoting another
Manchurian Candidate? No, that was later.
It wasn't. I don't think it was. I can't remember what it was.
Hard Day's Night?
Probably High Society with Frank Sinatra, Bing Crosby, Louis Armstrong.
No, this was after. This was after. Oh, okay. That's why he knew Grace Kelly from this movie.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
This was a few years later.
You know, I saw Sinatra too late. The only time I saw him was at Circle Star Theater. He had a teleprompter for his lyrics, and he was trying to hawk his pasta sauce because he was trying to do what
I've seen jars of that before.
He was trying to do what Paul Newman did a lot better with his,
the salad dressing.
Yeah, and his pasta sauce. You know, I mean,
so Mike, did you get a chance to spin that yet?
No, I got so much stuff that I'm like way behind now. Because even the stuff that I got from Rob from the auction, Rob included a lot of.
I don't even remember what I sent.
Oh, got all like 4 Julie Londons.
Ooh, yeah, but you bought those.
No, I didn't buy those.
The Julie.
Somebody's missing some out.
Is that produced by Bobby Troop, right?
No, the Julie Londons. I thought where your name was on those.
Produced by Bobby Troop. She was married to Bobby Troop.
Do you have
you know what?
Rob, first one on Liberty?
I'm going to show you something.
Well,
those Julie Londons are fantastic.
Oh, who?
Bandy.
Oh no.
Oh no!
We're going to delete the
wrong person.
Can you? Yeah, listen to them and then.
I'll send them back. No problem.
Okay. Well, why don't I send you a mailer to mail it to him?
All right, that's fine. That's fine. Or just
did Rob fuck up?
Send me the address.
I fucked up before.
It happens, man. It's confusing. It's fine.
Yeah. I sent out 30 packages. 30.
I got mine with no problem.
Mazzy, did you pay somebody to ship all that shit for you, or did you actually pick all that crap up?
I did it myself.
And Mazzy included this. I haven't had a chance to listen to it.
I threw a couple. I think I threw one. Did I throw just one thing in? I forgot.
Yeah. And I just cleaned this today, so it's actually.
I hope it's. I don't know it, but I just threw it in.
But it's got Earl Fatherhine, Ben Webster, Roy Eldridge, Mel Lewis, Coleman Hawkins, Woody Herman. So
I mean, how bad could it be?
Right, exactly.
Well, I've now got the first 2 Leonard Cohen albums, thanks to Rob. I bought one from him, and he threw in the other one, the second one that he did in there. I mean, he threw it in because it wasn't in the best condition, but I cleaned it up, and it's not bad. It's a VG.
Is that the first Jewish music you have in your collection?
Do what?
Is that the first Jewish music you have in your collection?
No, it's the first Leonard Cohen I have in my collection.
Okay, you have Dylan, I'm sure.
That's right.
Okay, and you have Sammy Davis, probably.
I don't think I've got any Sammy Davis albums.
Sorry, I was just thinking of Quincy Jones from earlier, and he was like a proper jazz musician. Like he has Impulse records. I know this is obvious, but does anybody have any of his stuff or collect it or listen to it?
I don't
have
any of it.
Because I never really listened to his like jazz like leader stuff.
Yeah,
I've got a big band, more or less a big band album that he did.
Well, I want to say in that Sinatra record, he was like playing drums on it or something like that, like conducting from like I forget what the story is. Yeah, something like that.
Who'd you ask about, Mike? I wasn't paying attention.
Quincy Jones.
Oh yeah, I've got a Quincy Jones record. I think there's one from the '80s that I went to. It's super cheesy, but it's got a cool rap song on it. I don't remember what it's called though.
All right, sweet. I think Mike is going to get like a fat stack of Quincy Jones records.
All the extra albums I sent him there.
Let's just next week. You should do a Jones
Okay,
thing, like
some
Nora
dark.
Jones, John Paul Jones, just all the Joneses.
John Paul play jazz.
George.
I just want to reply to a comment.
Okay.
Dennis, yeah, this is the one reissue on a reprint on Japanese jazz that I got, and then there's another one that's that they reissued again that I'm gonna get. But yeah, they're starting to reissue the early ones.
That's super cool.
I got a Quincy Jones record here. So
What do you got?
Yeah.
Well, remember, Austin Powers used that song of his.
It's a nice cover. I love this.
Around the World. Is that a soundtrack or no?
No, it's just a record he put out.
What a cheesecake cover, huh?
Yeah, it's great. It's really, really cool record. It's got all the information, and then they showed like the arrangement of all the players and all that stuff.
I do like his version. Is it CTI or Walking in Space?
I don't know. I don't think I have that one.
Walking in Space is a song from Hair, and he does a cool version of it. I think it's a slick CTI record, right?
Yeah, somebody in the comments just mentioned that.
Oh, I missed it. Okay,
Shoji Productions said it was actually Rob that sent me the Leonard Cohen, not Mazzy.
Yeah, I didn't send it. I think he was mentioned. I mentioned that documentary. Watch that documentary, Hallelujah.
Yeah.
The Leonard Cohen documentary. It's great.
Which one is that on? Is that on Netflix or?
Yeah, it's Netflix.
Hey, Mike, let me talk to you privately because I think I didn't even charge John Bandy for those.
Mm-hmm.
So if you want those, we can talk about those.
All right. Okay.
That's why they got sent to you.
Oh.
I think when I sent him his order, I didn't even include them,
Okay.
so he didn't pay. He didn't pay for those.
You need a bookkeeper, Wax.
But yeah, if he wants them, I can.
I'll communicate with him.
Okay.
I've got an accounting firm I can recommend, Rob, that can work on all that. Cheatham. They're great.
Hey, look, all of you have benefit from me being nice, so calm down.
I don't have a copy of Walking in Space anymore. I want anyone has a good copy of CTI of Quincy Jones Walking in Space. I'd like a nice copy.
I'm looking at it at his wiki, and
it can't be an expensive record.
He started with Lionel Hampton on his European tours in '53. Yeah. Those are the years where Clifford Brown was part of those European tours, and he recorded some killer stuff that became Blue Note 10 inches.
Bebop.
Yeah,
real good stuff. Real. I don't know. I mean, I would say it's more. It's like post bebop. Yeah. He sounds really advanced.
And I don't know if I don't know if he got fired by Lionel Hampton during the European tour because they were off doing recording.
Yeah. So I don't think he got fired, but when they came back to the United States, Lionel Hampton sued them for those sessions because I guess there was a musicians guild and it was not part of the contract for their tour. So he was really kind of hated by a lot of those musicians.
His wife, who basically managed the band, was not a favorite of the musicians.
Okay, maybe okay.
Oh, it's a dirty job, so better for her to do it than him.
But that's cool. So that's
and then there's Peggy Lipton. We all know Peggy Lipton and Mod Squad.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
What about Peggy? I watched.
She was married to Quincy Jones.
Oh yeah, one black, one blonde. What would they say on the Mod Squad? One black, one blonde, and one. What was the other guy?
Well, there was Link, right?
Yeah.
There was Peggy the blonde, and then there was a hippie guy. Not even a hippie, but
you should have allowed us to
guy with the Jufro.
Link, Julie, and I can't remember the other guy.
Yeah, nobody remembers the white guy.
Yeah, but there was the way they would say it, the Mod Squad.
No one give a shit. I just like that.
Mike.
I love that. Remember, Link played Prince's father in Purple Rain.
Yeah. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Mike, my aunt went to high school in the Bronx with Clarence Williams III.
Is that right? Oh.
Yeah, they went to. My mom and dad went to named after the president. I don't know if it's still there. Taylor.
DeWitt Clinton.
Huh?
DeWitt Clinton.
No. There's another one.
I'm trying to think now. Yeah, that's the only one I can remember.
I mean, they said there was like
private. Was it a private school?
No, hell no. It was like
what's the
it
president?
had like 4,000 students at the school. It was crazy.
Wow.
I'm trying to think.
I think it was Taylor. I want to say it's Taylor, but I could be wrong.
Mm-hmm. I can't think. I can't even know any. But they've changed all the names now, and they've combined them into like I went to Andrew Jackson in Queens, and now it's like 3 schools in one. And they changed the name.
Do any of you have the Samara Joy album?
No, but
Mike has that. Right?
Yeah.
And I have her first album too.
Is that good?
Yeah,
She's
very
great.
good.
Yeah, she's good.
Very good.
The best role that Clarence Williams III did was in 52 Pickup with Roy Scheider. If you have not seen that movie, it is awesome.
Does it have sharks in it?
No. Roy Scheider and Anne Margaret are married. Roy Scheider has a mistress, Kelly Preston, who's naked in it. And Vanity.
Who cheats
So-
on her? I mean,
but it gets, hold on, they get mixed up in the LA porn industry. The villain's John Glover. It is Vanity's in it, playing a porn star. It's awesome.
Sounds awesome. Let's watch
There's
it.
a lot of the like extras are real porn actors in it.
Yeah.
It's John Frankenheimer. It's like a kick-ass John Frankenheimer movie.
and what's it called?
52 Pickup.
Oh, I
Awesome.
heard of that. Oh,
Best
okay.
movie Canon Films ever made.
Wow.
Pickup.
Have
Yeah,
any of you heard
that movie is so good.
Have any of you heard the Sonny Stitt Baltimore one?
I believe it was one of those two that are coming out was released as like his last recordings or something. I think it was.
Yeah, that's the other one.
It is the Bubba's one.
Yeah. This one's really good though. The Baltimore one. They have one track on Spotify that you can listen to.
I'm getting sick and tired of them not dropping clips of these Record Store Day albums. You know,
Yeah, it's really good.
Always a surprise, right?
Well, it's the left bank, right? And
Yeah.
so far, all those recordings I have are good. Because I should show. Did I show one I picked up?
While you're finding it, Ron Jeremy always looked like shit, man. Come on. What the fuck?
Yeah, he was the everyman. He was you.
He was the hedgehog and shit. What the fuck?
Oh, 52 Pickup is based on an Elmore. It's based
Elmore
on
Leonard.
Elmore
Yeah.
Leonard. Wow.
Elmore Leonard wrote some great stuff.
Yeah, totally. I don't have Pluto or Tubi. That's the only place you can watch it.
No, Mazzy, Tubi's free. You just log into it.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. There's commercials and shit.
Okay.
Oh, I got some ones I don't think I've ever. Here's one. I haven't. Did I show this?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, what's that?
This is a inner city, but it was originally a Japanese.
You showed it to me, I think, but not everyone else.
Uh-huh. Wait. What songs are they doing on that? Let's see. Okay.
No way.
Okay.
Hurry. Oh my god.
They do a monk on that.
Looking at the cover, I would think it'd be like some jazz funk fusion.
Yeah. This is a Bethlehem reissue, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Bethlehem, yeah.
80s or 70s or 80s or whatever. Yeah, that looks cool.
Yeah, that looks cool.
Forrest, Mel Waldron, nice. Art Taylor.
This, I don't know this label, but this is a Robert Ludwig mastering.
Yeah.
Does anyone know this label?
Is it
So,
Coca-Cola?
It looks like Coca-Cola.
Yeah.
They absolutely got sued for that.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's
What was the hype? What did the hype
Dr.
sticker say?
John records on Clear Cut, I believe. Clean Cut.
Hey, if you
Apparently, I'll be trading for some Julie Londons that are being held hostage.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
Those are, I like those.
This Jew jazz, has he?
Mm-hmm.
And this has got a great lineup on it.
Frank Rosalino, that guy had problems. man.
Wow, that looks like a Bethlehem.
Yeah, that does. It does.
No, it's this label, Interlude.
I know, but the
Bethlehem artist.
It's a good lineup.
Leo Vinegar is amazing.
It's good Jew jazz, man. Snap your fingers. Does anyone have this album?
No, you did show that before.
I did show this one, but I still don't know. I don't think it's well regarded. I haven't looked at it. Yeah.
I have it, Rob. Monster, right?
Is it good?
Yeah, it's good. It's not like the best. It's not like Imperial Isles, but it's still good.
I got this at a estate sale. This promo, but they're the backing band for all the
the Philadelphia.
Philadelphia.
Yeah. I have Love Is the Message. I have that.
Did anyone pick up the Steve Lacy ERC?
Yeah, I picked 3. I got 3 of them.
Right.
I don't know if they released them yet. I got the email, but I don't think they released them yet. They're doing those pre-emails now for them.
I mean,
the price of the ERC is not completely far off an original pressing of that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not sold out yet. So if you guys want to pay $500 for a Don't Cherry record, good luck.
I did show those.
That's what I think too, Felipe.
I know. I'm sorry.
Mazzy, have you ever considered jumping in and getting an ERC just to have?
Never.
I mean, that's a really good title. Steve Lacy with Don Cherry.
I have no interest. You know, I mean,
it's not $500 for me.
I don't think I paid a lot of money for a single record. I'm not one of those. I mean, I paid a lot of money for weird ass box sets and guilty as charged, like Beatles shit. But
I'm gonna look at what the median cost is.
But never for a record like that. I mean, paying for. No, it's not just. I have no interest. To me, a record doesn't.
What
sound
if they did a Beatles title? Would you be compelled to do that?
Not at my age now. No. At this point, it doesn't sound that much better, and I'm not going to get any more enjoyment to what I have. I'll put it on a shelf. So no. I mean, 20 years ago maybe, but not now for me.
Yeah, I think that's a fair price for like a Music Matters or something, but not for like a Don't Cherry record.
Well, luckily I got Music Matters, except
that's
fired.
I got my Music Matters all for retail price, except I think 2. So I mean, I have like 70 or 75 Music Matters.
Michael 45 loves ERC. We know he definitely loves ERC.
Yeah, he's a collector.
Yeah,
sure.
yeah. They're almost too precious for my interest.
Okay, so there are 2 original Steve Lacy's mono on Discogs right now. One's a VG. There's 2 VGs, 2 different sellers. They're both selling it for $50 for VG.
500. Is there like a 70s reissue for $15?
Will either of them make an offer?
Is there a 70s reissue for like $15 that's available? Is that record?
Hold on, I'm looking at the median cost. Let me go to the page and just see what so the median is 42, highest 106 for a 65. Oh, this is a repress. I'm sorry. The original, there are no. All right, hold on. I just messed that up. Ignore.
But who cares if it's original or not? Is there an OJC that you can get for $20? Like, I would never pay $500 for a fucking record like that.
What label was it on?
New Jazz.
New Jazz, yeah.
Right. Yeah, how often would I play it? I mean, compared to everything else. So.
It's about the same as everything else, right?
Well, there's certain records that I play. I'll go to records. I mean, I got a shitload of records, and there are some that I'm in the mood and I go to it.
The only one, if they did a Columbia Sinatra, I would buy it.
Would you?
I think so.
Yeah.
Why do you have OGs of all of them? Don't you?
Yeah, but they're all like they're all noisy. They're
watch tomorrow. They come out with the Columbia Sinatra.
You're doing a Terry Collier. That Terry Collier on who released it about 10 years ago. It's fucking great.
He has a record store day record, right?
Yeah, but there's a Terry Collier. God, let me get it.
All right. Well, so the original mono Steve Lacy with Don Cherry Evidence is $190 median. There's none listed in the United States, with the high being $320.
Okay.
Don't think I'll be getting that.
Are there any OJCs?
Let's see.
That's what I'm talking about, man. Well, it sounds better anyway.
All right, give me a sec.
I got a Miles OJC today. Amazing.
Yeah, OJCs are great.
Oh yeah, that's a great. I love that record, and I've been waiting to get an original. I'm just waiting for one to pop up for a steal.
So Mike, there was an original with that garage I've been through, but it's not for sale. I actually held one.
Okay, there is an OJC. 1990. Let's see.
This is a great folk record by Terry Collier. This is a craft reissue. Fantastic record. But this one is a little more soulful, folky soul. This album. Fantastic record.
When did that come out?
This is a reissue too. This is a UMG Cadet. This is originally from, I think it's like 72, the original. This version came out in.
Really good. That's really good.
I don't know. This is probably like 5-6 years ago. Great record. Great record.
That's a great one, Mazzy. I know this one.
Yeah, I mean, so this is more folky. This is a little more soulful, funky a little bit. But I mean, I'm a big folk guy. So blues, folk.
Is it the one that came out on ERC? That's the one, right?
Yeah, but it came out on Craft, did a reissue of it not that long ago. So
This
they
is
might
a craft.
repress
This is a craft.
I bet they're going to repress that.
And this is a double record, 2 records.
Yeah.
I like the flip there, Matthew. That's very nice.
Yeah. The Maslowian flip.
Yeah.
I streamed a little bit of it. It
was produced by Samuel Charters, who rediscovered or brought a lot of these blues players from the South. Ended up working for Fantasy or Vanguard Records, and produced the first 4 Country Joe and the Fish records. So cool stuff.
So he produced this guy too?
Yeah, the first one, not this soul one.
Mike, to your earlier question, there is an OJC. The median price is $25, but there are none available in the US.
Oh, Mike, I bought that Dick Griffin that we were talking about earlier today.
Oh, wait. Which one?
The Dick Griffin.
Oh, yeah.
I
On
bought
the Discogs one?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
I would love to see their flip in ERC, Rev. That's just
Rev, how you feeling? How's the COVID going?
Yeah, how's COVID going? I saw my dad like 3 days ago, and he called me. He's like, "I got COVID." I'm like, "Oh, great. Maybe I'll get it again. That'll be fun."
Hey guys, I'm gonna take off.
Yeah, the craft is a double.
See you later.
Take care. Yeah, the craft is a double. I don't know when you commented, but it is a double. Yeah.
And the other album came
after ERC announced that, I was like,
It's still on the Crafts website, but it's sold out. So you can do the notification when it comes back in.
What you got there, Mazzy?
Yeah, no, this is that one. 2018. This version came out in 2018.
But who put it out?
UMG. Guess UMG.
But it's a later album for Collier, right? Than the folk.
Yeah, this is a 72 record, 1972. Chicago bluesy soul folk. But more. It's more.
I love it. That cover. That cover's
Totally
great.
Right.
That's Saturday morning right there.
This is after I get off this stream. This is 10 minutes from now. No, I wish, right? Yeah. Sorry.
All right.
Except I don't like people smoking in my house.
That's fair.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but that was from 72. Everybody smoked in 72.
Yeah, for sure.
Yes,
Right.
that's the dilemma. Would I let her smoke in my house?
Yes.
Of course.
Of course, absolutely.
Yeah, but I'm not
Well,
with
you
a
use
cigarette.
that as a pickup line, right?
But not with a
They're worse.
not with a
They're worse.
You
cigarette.
don't have. Yeah,
There
that's
were
a pickup
things.
line. You don't have to go to the back porch to smoke.
Yeah.
All right, I have a
But
record to show.
Yeah.
Can I jump in here?
Fatigue. I tell you, Rev, 3 weeks I was in fatigue state after. Sorry.
Pretty sure I haven't shown this, and it's really good.
Matthew's trying to give the Reverend
Oh,
therapeutic, sympathy. Come on.
sorry.
Well, I almost feel this obligation to like step in like Regis Philbin every Friday to do this talk soup thing for the Rev.
That is such a good series.
That's great.
It's fantastic.
I'll be getting better too, Rev. I don't want to get COVID again. I hope I don't. All right, Mike, what are you going to show?
All right, this is a great record, and I didn't realize it when I saw it in the bins.
Yeah.
So Kevin, who joined.
Green.
This
Very sorry.
So Kevin, who joined earlier, I was digging with him. Went to this one shop in New Jersey, and this record was there. I looked at it. I was like, let me pick this up. There's a few, it looked like they got a haul of jazz in, so there were a few of his records, and I thought this one was the most interesting. But I was like, no, I'm okay. I passed on it. It was $18. We went back to his place, and he spun it. And I immediately regretted it. So I've been kind of eyeing Discogs up to see if I can get it for a good price. And this is Kirk's work, Roland Kirk with Jack McDuff on Prestige. It's his only record on Prestige, and it's early. It's like, I don't have the year here, but
I
it's
just
like,
sold an OJC of that.
this Jack McDuff and him. I'm not like huge into organ or whatever, but Jack McDuff. This might be my favorite organ record.
Who else is on that?
It is so good.
Better
Rob,
than Shirley
you didn't buy
Scott.
the OJC of that, did you, Rob?
And this
No.
is
No.
the original that I passed was a Fireworks. It was 18, and that's like a pretty expensive record. It's way more expensive than that. But I found this for a very good price. It's RVG. It's those blue labels.
Nice. Yeah, they're great.
Now, some of these have the
65, 66.
yeah, some of these have the AB. This one doesn't. The Abbey Studios in it, and sometimes they have different covers or whatever. But they sound fantastic. These sound like these are some of my favorite records in terms of like sonics. I love.
Some of those records I showed have that
great price, and
they did like blue and then green label, right?
The green labels are the 70s one, and that's when it's Fantasy purchased them. It's different vinyl formulation, so they're not going to sound.
No, not the Fantasy.
They still sound good, but it's different.
They did like a 66 green too.
Oh, that's great, yeah.
Before Fantasy.
Then they did New Jazz, they did Moodsville, Bluesville, Swingsville. Like Prestige, had all different types of stuff out there, and it's worth getting it, trying it out, see how it sounds. All their stuff is pretty interesting.
Mike,
just avoid Status. Do not buy Status.
The Rolling Kirk
budget label, and it sucks.
The Rolling Kirk you showed. He's playing three sax.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, it's a badass cover.
I was reading about him and Mingus, and he had a stroke, and he was still playing. If I understood, if I'm remembering this correctly, Mingus' health was failing him, and he went in to see Roland Kirk playing, and Kirk had a stroke and didn't have use of one side of his body at all, and he was one-handed with one hand playing saxophone doing his shows, and Mingus asked him, and it was all he could do. He's sitting in a chair, he'd do his thing, and then the band would take over, and then he was totally drained. You can imagine after having a stroke how it was. And Mingus asked him was asking him how he did it, and it kind of inspired Mingus to try to pick himself up and get out there and try to continue to work. I believe it was in that book I showed the other day, But Beautiful, jazz book. Talking about that.
I have some Mingus. I haven't gotten into him, and I feel like he's an artist catalog that could be really fun to track because he started early. He was riding around with Miles, and then played late. And I think I've heard some of his Bethlehem stuff, which has spoken word and poetry in it. And then he has smaller group stuff. He plays with Ellington on Money Jungle. Then he goes
that one's
really Black Saint Spinner Lady, kind of an incredible, seminal piece of work.
He was a composer.
I need to get into. I just haven't been listening to him.
Me either.
Yeah, I love Mingus. There used to be a guy up here on this college on Columbia's college radio station. He died a couple of years ago. Phil Schapp. This guy, he had an encyclopedic mind as far as jazz, and he would play all these all these old records, and he would play some early Mingus, and he would talk. Mingus loved Ellington. And he tried to, at the beginning, he tried to model himself after Ellington. And there are some records that Mingus put out, and he was calling himself Baron von Mingus. There was Duke, and he was the Baron. And you could just tell he's sort of copying that Ellington style. But he was really young when he was doing that.
I do feel like Mingus does a good job at the promotional aspect of his brand. I almost feel like he's very aware. his records like are
his
Mingus,
brand
Mingus,
was
Mingus,
to
Mingus.
get messed up and eat a lot of food and yell at people.
Well,
Yeah,
I
he was
mean,
pretty good
like,
at that brand.
his like how he packaged his records. I mean, I'm sure there were a lot of people involved, but it just seems like he really, in a different way than other people just putting like their full name on. Like he was really using his name as a brand.
I think he came out of L.A. He was a strong music school in his high school in Los Angeles, I believe, and just he grew up learning how to compose and play multiple instruments, things like that. So eventually he settled on playing the bass and writing the music and playing the bass, which seems really interesting to me. You would think someone that was the composer of so much music would want to take something that took lots of high profile solos and things like that, because he could play multiple instruments, but yet he chose the bass as his primary instrument.
There's that album where Mingus plays piano, right?
Yeah, there is.
You know, he was a difficult guy to deal with. You know,
he was horrible.
Yeah, you know,
That
Jackie
guy,
McLean.
Gene Shaw. Remember we were talking about him?
Yeah, and then he punched Jimmy Nepper in the mouth and caused him damage in it, where he couldn't play the trombone for a while. Jackie McLean ended up pulling out a knife on him because Mingus was a typical boorish behavior that he became well known for.
Yeah. If Felipe, are you still there?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Can you tell the story with Mingus and Miles?
I was trying to remember that, Mike. I think right after Miles got out of one of his rehabs, they drove to the West Coast, and what was that? So Mingus was telling Max Roach. I think they were driving, right?
Wait, so who's in the car? It's Miles, Max Roach, and Mingus.
And Felipe, right? You're in the car too.
Is that right?
Yes. So
kind of amazing.
He was telling him about how to not drive distractfully and things. And then when they got back to the West Coast in California, actually Mingus crashes. He wrecks Max Roach's car.
On purpose?
No, yeah, apparently he was driving distractly. I don't know, but he was telling Max Roach how to drive carefully, not to do this, not to do this. But when they get to the West Coast, he does the opposite, and he actually wrecks Max Roach's car.
Well, at least it didn't give the keys to Ross on Roland Kirk. That would have been not.
No. If you didn't think Bazzi couldn't go any lower, you did.
Well, hold on, Felipe. Didn't you say Miles? Like, what was his impression of Mingus?
He went like this. I'm Charles Mingus.
I thought you said that Miles said he was kind of like a strange dude.
Yes.
Right.
I read some interviews of Mingus. Mingus is like, in a way, he's like a politician. You ask him a question, he answers, he gives another answer.
Well, you just
he's just trying to make a point. I mean, in a good way, but his own way. He's also trying to make a point. No matter what you ask him, he would say whatever he wanted to say.
Just read beneath the underdog, and you'll really get an impression of how he really was.
The show with Martin Scorsese interviewing Fran Lebowitz, where she was friends with him and his wife, and the story where he chased her out of this place into the street and tackled her.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard this story?
I saw that Leibowitz show is great.
Yeah, that's her story. She tells a good story about that.
Yeah. That's funny. Well, I guess, gosh, you figure you don't have to be that quick to get away from Mingus. I mean,
right? He's a big guy.
And Joni Mitchell did the album in tribute to Mingus.
Yeah. Well, he was alive when she started, but
he was not in the best shape.
And she would share stuff with him. They would record it in the studio and everything, and hoping he would really like it and be glad that somebody was recognizing, this pop artist was recognizing him in his late years and everything. And Mingus is like, it was like, that's crap, everything. he never acknowledged any great appreciation to her. I mean, but she knew she didn't expect it. I don't believe. Maybe she hoped for it, but didn't expect it, knowing his orneriness, I guess. And you get his age, he was ornery, I guess you would say.
Yeah. I mean, his wife is, and she just passed recently, Sue Mingus. Like, I remember in the 90s, she was like really vigilant about, stopping bootlegs of Mingus recordings. Cool. She would actually like go into Tower Records and go through the bins and just pull them out, bootleg, and just walk up to him and go, these are bootleg recordings. Why are you selling them? And she would just berate people and shame them and not to carry the bootlegs.
I think Rob would say he wants to know if Connie was related.
What are you making fun of me now about?
Connie Mingus?
Oh, Mazzy.
That's a groaner.
Stream is coming down.
I gotta go. I'm losing it.
Yeah, he's got to go. He has a show in the Borscht Belt tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm going to the Berkshires. I'm going up the Catskills. I'll be here all weekend. Nice seeing you guys. It's always fun. Rev, if you're watching, get well soon. Gay gesund.
Gay cousin.
Yeah.
That was fun.
What you got there, Chris?
He's saving the worst stuff for last, right?
Oh, I like that cover. Oh, Chris, we can't hear you.
Yeah. No, don't tell me he's muted. He'll talk for about 30 minutes.
You can hear me now, right?
Yeah, but it'd be better if you do this with your eyes open.
My eyes are wide open, bro. I'm staring into your soul. Anyway, this is great. It's Terry Gibbs. He's a vibe player, and it's on Mercury. I just like the design of these covers they put out.
I love all those covers.
Yeah. I would like to have some more of them. I only have 3 or 4.
I have a bunch of classical ones.
I have that Sam Lazar one.
What year is this record, Chris?
I don't know. Let me see.
A long time ago.
Yeah. Probably like 56 or something. I don't know.
So this I've shown before, but this is Sam Lazar organ, and it's I think Grant Green's second album. So I think after this he was introduced to Alfred Lyon, and then they signed a contract, and then he started playing for Blue Note. I think his.
I think you're afraid that thing's going to disintegrate unless you show it 5 times on a stream.
It might, man. You have to take care of your records.
I thought it said what it is here.
You didn't hear me.
I'll show you some Mingus records if you want me to.
Absolutely. I got this one too, real quick. This is another Mercury with a cool cover. So Zoot Sounds, Alcone. Pretty awesome. I think this is like a reissue, a modern reissue. I think though. Have you seen anything like this, Rob?
No.
Like.
I have it. I have the exact same one, Chris.
Yeah.
Oh, it's amazing.
Oh, this is an old one. Never mind. I just paid $10 for it.
So it's a Mercury Black Label, right?
Yeah. It's not new. What you got, Elliot?
I got all my Mingus records. I don't have that many. I got 4. I'll show you. Mark Glassman, I believe, sent me this when we were talking about Mingus, and he shared this with me, I believe. And I was so great to get that. So appreciative to get that. But this is the Black Saint, the Center Lady.
Yep.
I really liked that one, so I said I got to have more, and I got Mingus.
That one's really good.
Impulse.
I prefer that one over the other one.
What songs are on that one? I think he does more standards on this.
On this particular one or 2BS, I Love, Dalia, Mood Indigo, Better Get Hit in Your Soul, Theme for Lester Young, and Horna de Cubitius.
Okay, so it sounds like original stuff mostly.
Yeah, and then this is a really good one too.
Very nice.
Young artist.
Oh, that's really good.
We've talked about the
Can you show that label?
Yeah, sure.
I sold a reissue, the solid state reissue of that.
There's a little note here on the sticker that says it's a Dolphy solo on side 1, track 2, and side 2, track 2. United Artists.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, that's like the 70s.
Yeah.
Wait, is that Japanese, Elliot?
I believe it is.
Yeah, I think it is.
Yeah, it is. I just saw it on here. Here's these inner sleeves I hate.
Oh,
I
yeah.
keep-
That's what I use.
Inner sleeve.
Or actually, I use a different kind, but it's essentially the same thing.
Yeah.
And then this is the last one I'll show you. A
Ooh.
modern jazz symposium. Oh no, this is the one Mark Glassman gave me. A modern jazz symposium on music and poetry.
Mark.
With
That's great.
Charles,
I have a copy of that.
Charles
That's awesome.
Mingus.
Yeah, that's cool.
He does a poem on, or I don't know if it's him, it's probably not him reciting it now that I think about it, but
Nah.
it just talks about what jazz means, and he starts just naming like all of the greats, and I think it works. I like it.
It definitely works.
I love that. This is the first one I ever had of Mingus. I love this one.
It's cool.
Well, if Massey was still here, he says they make an ointment for that.
And that one, that's Scenes from the City.
Yeah.
On Branford Marsalis's first album, he does a version of that.
Oh wow.
And the person doing the narration is Wendell Pierce.
Okay.
From The Wire and Jack Ryan and stuff like that.
Oh, okay.
And it's because they were high school classmates.
Yeah.
And it's really, and that's a really
They
good
were high school classmates?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
wild.
On this one, this is from '62, by the way, and they've also got a note on here that Pepper Adams does a solo on mellow tone on side 2.
Melatonin.
So I don't know if a record this was owned by somebody with a radio show or something, but had those little notations there anyway.
That's cool.
But I have a few Mingos, but to me, say whatever, but this is the best.
Oh, yeah. I have a not so great copy of that.
I've never heard that record.
Are you shooting a commercial for MoFi?
Yeah.
No.
What's the name of that album, Felipe?
Mingus Aum.
Mingus what?
Aum.
Oh, great! The cover is iconic.
Yeah.
But
the same guy that did the Time Out cover.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I have I have a later Sony repressing of it with. They also did one for Record Store Day with 2 discs.
I got that one, and it's not.
I sold it. Yes.
Yeah, I have it up for sale right now.
Yeah, I have but the one I got, people said was a good sounding. I think it was a Sony reissue.
Yeah, I have it in Mosaic. Also, they did a box set. I have it on vinyl of the complete Mingus on Columbia, and that's on there. That's included in there. But after Mingus died, and we were talking about his wife Sue Mingus, he also started something called the Mingus Big Band, and they actually I think they still play, but they used to play regularly at this place called the Fez Cafe, and they put out a number of really good recordings, but unfortunately they're all on CD. But they had like great people in the band. Let me see who's on this one. Let's see. You got Kenny Drew Jr. Just a lot of good people. And here's like a photo of
Make it big here.
And there's Sue Mingus right there.
Where? Oh,
with the cigar, the only woman. In the
oh, right.
Yeah, and this one's called Gunslinging Bird.
Okay.
And then this is another one, live one at the Time Cafe, and Blues and Politics, and some of the personnel would like really would change. Like on this one, you got Randy Becker playing trumpet, John Hicks on piano. I mean, yeah, on piano. Just they had their core musicians, but people would come in and out. I know on one of them, Gary Bartz is playing. They were really excellent recordings.
What years are those?
Oh gosh.
Performances.
Let's see. We got 99 for Blues and Politics.
Oh.
Gunslinging Bird is, let's see, 95. And this one is from 93. It's called Nostalgia in Times Square. Is that it? Yeah, Nostalgia in Times Square from 93.
That cover is nostalgic.
Yeah.
Style.
Yeah. But they're really, it was, sort of like, like the Vanguard Orchestra, they had a set place there where they would play every week. And consistently they had to play for over 10 years.
Yeah. It's funny, like sometimes I'll look at old Prestige records from like, I don't know, like 53 or something, and like Mingus will be on bass with like Max Roach. But he's not the leader. It's like, whoever. But I just always think of him more as the leader.
Folks, I'm gonna have to head on out.
You got errands to run?
Do what?
So you got some errands to run, man?
Yeah, I got my nighttime errands to take care of, man.
Yeah.
I always do. I got some of them done before I came on, but there's some that had to wait until now. Okay, everybody. Y'all take care. I enjoyed the visit.
All right.
Pleasure.
Did anybody get this last record store day or the one before?
Oh, fuck that record. Fuck it so bad.
Why?
It's horrible.
Which record?
Mine came all scratched up, dirty as hell, couldn't get the noise out of it.
Oh,
But that's secondary.
We got it.
That if you go on YouTube, you can pull up that whole show, and that is a bastardization of that show.
Oh.
The audio on the YouTube is better than that album.
Whatever, man. Mine sounds good.
It's okay. Mine sounds good too.
Screw you, man.
Tell us about it, Chris.
But again, I don't understand why they couldn't do the whole show.
That's fair. So it's a bunch of like the CTI songs that he did live, basically.
Yeah. Oh, very cool.
Yeah, it's very cool.
Yeah.
It's a good band he has there.
Pobo's on here.
Yeah, who's playing tenor?
The Intrepid Fox, First Light. It's like the fucking.
Who plays tenor?
Fuck, I don't know, man.
Kirsten Atkins.
Junior Cook.
Hmm.
Yeah, there's a bunch of people on here, man. George Cables plays piano, plays the Fender Rhodes. Junior Cook. I don't know the rest of the guys, but anyway, Freddie Hubbard, obviously. Yeah, it's good, but if it sounds like it was cheap though.
I'm gonna post a link to the show.
Okay,
and you will see.
Yes, you should listen to it. Either way, it's good. I thought it was the record wasn't like the best quality, but I remember that.
That company was a We Want Sounds or something.
I don't remember.
I think so.
Yeah, they're horrible.
I could show one more thing here.
Show 50 more things, Mike.
Well, this is okay. So I have like a search, and like when I'm not, I'm actively trying to buy all 4 of these, but I'm waiting for like good prices. There's no like urgency around it. But I picked up number 2 this past week. This is Shelly Man at the Blackhawk. So there's 4 of these, and they basically they do all standards, I think. There's on this
I have
one,
the OG of that.
On this one, they do a Charlie Mariano tune, Vamps Blues, which is killer. But really, the star of they do a Benny Golson, Step Lightly. So there's only 4 tracks on this, so they really have a lot of room to stretch. But the star of the show is Joe Gordon on trumpet, and I have one Joe Gordon led record on contemporary on OJC that's really hard to get in any form. So I'm just like knocking these out. So I have 1 and then 2. So I need 3 and 4. And, if I don't get them, whatever, but I feel like they're kind of fun to collect when they pop up for a good price.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
You guys have these records?
I do not, but I would buy them. I think they might just reissue them on the.
I have an OG of that number 2.
Oh, a box would be cool. I would buy that if it was not, $200.
It's perfect for a craft box.
Yeah, it is perfect for a craft box. Oh, that'd be nice. Maybe they'll do that then.
Yeah.
I hope it comes with a little cheese packet.
I don't know. Sometimes craft. I mean, I'm getting the Sonny Rollins. I'm getting the Eddie Lockjaw Davis, Shirley Scott. I got the Ornette. There's plenty of stuff they do that I pick up, but like sometimes they announce things that I'm just like makes me scratch my head because they have access to one of the greatest catalogs in jazz.
Yes.
Can you reenact you scratching your head?
Makes me scratch my head like this. It's for effect, man.
I got some rare. You want to see some rare records that aren't worth anything?
They better be rare. I'm going to give you a 1 too.
Okay, well, here's one. This is a Pee Wee Herman record on Urania.
Oh, I have that.
You made that up. You made that cover yourself. That's not a real record.
It's a good record. It's like Dixieland, but look at the label's really cool.
Are you trying now? He's trying to hypnotize us and steal our own money.
That's a cool label, though. I mean, record label.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Then this one, I don't think I've shown this one before, but let's see. This is on Unique. Who the hell is it anyway? It's Jen from the Westchester Workshop. I don't know. Check this out. So
Emery, you were so much better in rehearsal, Chris.
Whatever, man. It's got a bunch of people you never heard of, right?
How do you know I haven't heard of these guys?
It's very presumptuous.
Yeah.
You guys look. See.
There might be some geriatric YouTubers that come after you for this.
They might. It's a cool record though, and the cover is awesome, right? It was like $7.
Okay, I want one.
Yes, that's good. Oh, and the label is really cool.
That's unique.
Oh, I've seen that. That is a really cool label.
And then this one's really good. Hey, I'm not done.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay. This is on the same label. I think I've showed this before, like 6 months ago.
Maybe you should have been done.
No, this is great, man. He's a really good player. You should have been done.
Thank you.
All right, yeah.
So, did everybody get the 2 classic series? I feel like the last batch, the Bobby Hutcherson, and what was the other one that came out with Bobby?
Green Green.
I skipped those.
I get the Bobby Hutchison is a must. I know
it's funny. I know it's good.
And I just ordered the Jackie McLean. If the horse is available at a certain price when they have sales.
The Horse Parlin is discounted on Amazon right now.
It's a mandatory record. That's beauty.
Yeah.
Shows what y'all know.
But the next months are key. You gotta get both of those.
Yeah.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah.
Was it Empyrean Isles and what else?
Oh, I already have that pre-ordered.
The Sam Rivers.
Oh,
Fuchsia, Swings.
Oh, yeah. I've got a 75th of that. Doesn't sound very good. I'm excited about that one. Both of those. It's gonna be a good month.
Yeah, I think I have a music master. No, yeah, I have a music master. Music Matters of that.
Yeah.
Well, it's still available. The 45. You could still get that.
Yeah, I think it's like $80 or something.
Which one?
Fuchsia Swing Song.
Oh.
Yeah.
Nah. What's this classic series?
It might be cheaper.
This will be like $25, and it'll sound like 90%.
And it's 33. I mean, I've been getting into my Music Matters this week a little bit.
Yeah.
I actually really don't mind the 45s anymore.
No.
For a while, that used to bother me, but I don't know.
Well, I'll tell you that album has such a sway to it that to break it up, you need to listen each side in whole.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, here the releases Bluesnik.
Yeah.
That's a White Bee, Van Gelder.
Did you get the classic series or no?
No, I'm skipping on that.
Yeah, you're fine, dude.
And, this is the Horse Parlin.
Oh, 33? Nice.
Yeah, that's the Music Matters, yes.
How's that sound?
Amazing. Heavenly. What else can I say, right? It's just.
You ever said anything bad? Show me a record that disgusts you.
Yeah, Felipe. Show us your least favorite Music Matters.
That's like last time to sacrifice a child.
Yeah, let's do Sophie's Choice. Pick 2.
Okay, so I do like the cover art for Where is Brooklyn, but does anyone like that record?
I have something to admit.
What?
I've had it for a while.
Yeah.
It's still sealed.
Mike?
I've streamed it.
Notes and Tones, Mike, do you like that record?
You know, I haven't listened to it in quite a while. I have it as part of a mosaic set, and I just haven't revisited it in quite a while. So I'd have to sit down and listen to it again.
Yeah.
Probably don't have to.
I think I streamed it a couple of times. I honestly, I can't even remember what I thought. I just remember it was, at the time for me, very difficult to listen to.
That's true. That was a long time ago, though, wasn't it? Or was it this summer? When did we?
I think I still would probably feel this. Because what I remember is that there's really kind of harsh,
that's true.
Like harsh, bright horns, and a lot of hard to listen to styles, which is what he was going for. So, I'm not particularly interested in that. Although, if you are, that's cool.
Yeah, agreed. I'm not really either.
So some records that don't sound good. I'm gonna make a sacrilege here. This sucks.
Hey Kevin, why don't you come up?
What is that?
This is the first batch of those two first from the late 70s.
I have some. They sound fine to me, but they're not the best.
Those creamy vanilla covers, they sound better than those ones. Yeah, doesn't sound
Sounds
that great.
better than those.
This is the very first batch. The second batch is those ones with the vanilla, creamy cover.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, those sounds better than this ones.
No, well, no, those are they're two different series of albums, lines. Those are more comps of stuff that's come out.
Yeah,
the Blue reissue series are mostly albums that were never issued.
Right. But
there's some really cool stuff on those records.
But
I have a ton of them.
I have.
But serial number one, they follow. It's the same thing. In terms of,
they're really nice. They might be they're great.
That Dexter Gordon, I see a lot of places. I have the Sonny Rollins one's really good. I have a Stanley Turrentine and a Fort Sulphur.
What was I gonna say?
My local shop is a Dexter Gordon 2 for Savoy sessions, which I haven't grabbed yet, but it's half of it sounds good, half of it doesn't sound that good.
Mm-hmm.
I thought some of those were done by Van Gelder, no?
Yeah. No, they're good. So some of them are really sharp, some of them are really muffled, like like a towel on your speaker. That's how.
Is it the recording or is it the mastering?
I think it's the recording, probably.
Yeah, like the one I showed, the West Coast concert. That sounded like not a good recording.
Yeah. It's like I have a 2 for Savoy that Charlie Parker sucks. It's horrible.
Well, it was in the third stall of the men's room. That's where they recorded it.
Yeah. Some music you just have to look past that, though.
Yeah.
While flushing, right?
Yeah. Mike had showed Horace Tapscott earlier, and this is one that I got not too long ago. And this one, it came out and it was never issued during his lifetime. I think 2021 it came out, and I think Kevin Gray did the mastering. And it's only it's one song on each side. On side B is Spellbound, a Clifford Jordan tune, and it's Horace Tapscott and I think it's Kathy Roberts on saxophone and Aubrey Hart on flute. I really like it. I mean, if someone was getting into Tapscott, I would tell them to start somewhere else, and then once they got into him, I would then say pick this up. but it's a really good recording.
Just to piggyback, you mentioned they do Spellbound, so that was I think it's either Riverside, and the original is just never comes up, and it goes for probably like $300 when it does, give or take, depending on condition. But you can get the 7-inch, which has Spellbound and Lush Life on it, and it's it's affordable. You can get it. So Riverside, and anyway,
that's cool.
Just wanted to show that. But so I got that Horse Tapscott, and then the other one I have coming in is The Call.
It's a good one.
That has the white cover, and it looks like he's like preparing to like fight.
Yeah, that's
like,
a good one.
Yeah, I've seen Tunes from the Man Cave shown. I think he picked up like an OG a year or two ago, and I just remembered that. So when I was looking at his catalog, I thought that might be a good place to check out, and I streamed it. Yeah. It's like, I mean, how would you describe the music, Mike? Because that one I felt like was out there, but very, very listenable. Like very, not challenging, like overly challenging. I mean, I know, and also, what is the story with the Pan-African Orchestra? It sounded like I have to do some more research on it, but I think it was formed out of a response to something else that was going on. Like they were. Like a club got shut down or something like that, and then they started going to a church and playing.
I don't know the particulars, but Horace Tapp. It's funny. He was basically I don't think community organizer. Yeah, I guess you could put him in that. And he was basically based in L.A. And you could say he sort of sacrificed some fame by just being so based in LA and not traveling like other jazz musicians, but he had that was like his orchestra, and he had proteges that put out really good albums. I told you about that Jesse Sharp recording that is phenomenal. I mean, he would come to New York like once a year and play the Vanguard, and that was it. You got to see Hard Tap once a year here. So he just didn't get around, and maybe he went to Europe for a while, but he didn't travel a lot.
Did he play with established musicians that weren't part of his like school or like his orchestra?
I don't have any later in his career. Like he started doing CDs for this label. I think it's called Arabesque. And then that was with musicians outside of his group of musicians, his LA group. Okay. But I don't have any other recordings besides those. And those were late in his career, like right before he passed, that he was doing those.
He kind of like, in that regard, I feel like this is probably a bad analogy, but kind of reminds me of like Sun Ra. Like it was like his group, his orchestra, and like it was his guys, and some of them went out and did, like, I think John Gilmore from Sun Ra like went out and did his own stuff. I don't know.
I think that's a pretty
Sun Ra
good.
was a little too extreme given the theatrics and narrative.
Yeah, but there's so much Sun Ra out there. I mean, and some of it's, I would classify it pretty straight ahead. His solo piano playing, I would say, it's not, pushing the bounds like, other recordings of the orchestra. There's just so much Sun Ra. I think there's enough for, everyone. People that don't like the stuff that they consider too far out, there's other stuff.
And they're reissuing his stuff, like a lot of his stuff.
Yeah.
I went to Jazz Record Center, and they had in new arrivals, and they had in the Sun Ra section just like a ton of new like reissues from that one label that's putting out a lot of stuff.
Modern Harmonic.
Yeah. And then I think there's other labels too doing his stuff.
Yeah.
And then Kraft just put out the Savoy, which is great.
That was beautiful.
Yeah. Sure. That Sonny Chris album that he did, the he did the orchestration, and the conducting is really it's a classic. That's
Oh,
one of
yeah.
my favorites. Yeah.
That one you showed last
Yeah.
week, like the Prestige.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one I was talking
okay.
about. Yeah.
Yeah.
With Tommy Flanagan on piano, and I think Arthur Blight is playing alto in that group too. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm almost positive.
I really want to get that, but
Yeah.
that's not easy to find.
No, and it's weird. I mean, yeah, you'll see a few copies, but I've never seen more than like 4 or 5 available.
Yeah.
Wow.
You want to see some records that sound like shit? Some more records that sound like shit?
Yeah.
Here's one. This is Dave Brubeck with Paul Desmond, or not with, just Dave Brubeck, Paul Desmond, Cal Jader. 3 completely separate sessions, not related to each other in any way.
On Crown, is that a good label?
No, it's a fucking off. It's terrible, dude. It sounds like shit. Software, $15 for it. It's a regret. Right?
Yep.
This one though. This one's really cool. It's on Crown too, and it sounds like shit, but the music's kind of entertaining, and it's, you know, like Vegas casino-y shit. And it's Charlie Barnett, who's cool, who was a cool dude. So I like that one. But, yeah, they both sound terrible. Don't buy Crown records.
How bad is this sound? Is like underwater kind of sound?
On this one actually isn't that bad, but this one's just unlistenable. So yeah, it sounds like it's underwater, and I don't know. I don't know why I still have them, but you know, that one is good.
That's cool. I'm really looking forward to that Art Blakey Sam Records live.
Yeah.
2 or 3.
I thought someone got it and they said it didn't sound that hot.
I'll keep it posted, Mike.
That sucks.
I don't know if that's the truth.
That's okay. I mean, it's the group like Golson, Timmons, Morgan.
But you know what'd be better is that
who plays bass?
The Lost Recordings one is that sounds supposed to sound so.
Who is
awesome.
the bass player on Monin?
Jimmy Merritt? No.
Jimmy Merritt, yes. On Monin, the recording is Jimmy Merritt, yes.
And then Blakey, and they're in Paris, or France somewhere.
So
and they basically do like the Monin songs.
I can't remember from the top of my head if it's Lee Morgan's first or last live recording with them, but something like this.
Was it after the Tokyo concert?
I'm not sure. We gotta check the dates. I'm absolutely not sure.
Yeah.
Felipe is not a complete Art Blakey shows that ever existed, Mike.
What are you doing with your? Oh God.
The internet can tell you though.
I'll check. Yeah, I'll check.
So do you guys have Sonny Chris records that you can show?
They're buried away everywhere, but
probably.
I have a really old one, but it's somewhere. I have to find it.
I'll get one. I only have one.
And then I have that one. I got the Prestige one, which is awesome.
Which one? Oh, that one with the yellow cover.
I showed it. Yeah, I showed it last week.
I'll Catch the Sun, 1969. Hampton Hawes, Monty Budwig, and Shelley Mann on that. That is a great lineup.
I don't know if it's that one.
Oh.
It's him holding the saxophone looking off to the side.
I finally got this record.
Every cover, Rob.
Did y'all have this? I know Mike.
That's the one right now that Felipe is
holding. Yeah, I don't have that one.
Yeah, that's a green label. Still sounds great.
Yeah, no, mine's blue, so in your face.
Boom.
It's the first song on that album is insanely good.
Yeah, this record sounds really good, Rob. I wish I had a blue, but Sonic Quiz, Walter Davis, Paul Chambers, and Oliver Dawson.
Yeah,
awesome.
That's a good one to get
for sure.
The fact I paid $5 for it makes it better.
Yeah, and the pullover is great as well, right?
Yeah, I would love to sport one of those sweaters all the time.
Yeah,
it's like a semen.
I feel like that's a great like reissue right there. Like any of the Sonny Chris on Prestige. Like
oh yeah.
You know? I mean nobody has that. I mean, I don't know.
Well, can you get it for $10 or no?
Well, like the one that Mike was talking about, Sonny's Dream, like that's a really hard record to get.
Yeah,
it's a great record. And the one I have, the one I showed last week, like that's really not a cheap record.
Well, the one that I showed like three weeks in a row, that Chris Craft on Muse or whatever, is really good. I don't know what I've done with it though. I'd show it again for the 4th time.
I think the Sonny Chris and the Saucer Stone is a good one to get.
The one Mike showed, there's literally not a single copy in any pressing on Discogs.
Do you remember the movie Excalibur back in the 80s? Did you like that movie?
Yeah, that's Helen Mirren's naked in it.
Yeah.
Liam Neeson's in it.
This is one on Xanadu.
I've got that one. That's good.
Really good. And there's Chris Craft.
Yes.
Which I have.
Chris,
yeah. That's fucking amazing record.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And this was the first Sonny Chris I ever bought.
Yeah.
I've seen that.
I love this.
Saxophonist.
That's the one. That's the one.
And you know, it has Sonny Chris, Walter Davis, Paul Chambers, Alan Dawson.
Yeah, the exact same lineup from this one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's very good.
And this is the one that I showed last week.
Yeah, he's good looking.
Oh, yeah.
There's not a single copy on vinyl. Nothing.
That's the cream of the crop. This one.
Yeah.
Available on Discogs.
Yeah, because I originally, I got there was an OJC CD that that was a copy that I had, and even that's hard to find.
Yeah. All the OGCs are in Arizona now, right?
Yeah.
So that one has Conte Condoli trumpet, Dick Nash trombone, Ray Draper tuba, David Shear alto sax, Teddy Edwards tenor sax, there's a baritone sax, Tommy Flanagan. Yeah. And then Penguin Guide says it should be part of your core collection.
Yeah.
So I talked to a Penguin one.
It belongs in any jazz collection.
And that's
Well,
cool.
you can't have it if you can't buy the damn thing.
So I mean, come on, Kraft.
No shit, it doesn't exist.
That's what I mean.
Yeah, I mean, I don't, that's, the Sonny Chris, I just don't think you're going to even see reissues of it. I just don't.
Whenever I read like a little blurb of him, it's always like underrated saxophone player, Sonny Chris.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is a great tone.
Yeah.
And then I have that
multiple Joe Harleys doing different jazz catalogs. Yeah, that would be fucking dope.
Yeah. We're lobbying Vinyl Me Please to do a Jazz Bums.
How are you liable, communicating with them?
Right now, this is it.
Wow, it's gone up to $100.
I'll be getting the classic series.
Yeah, when I bought mine, it wasn't 100 yet.
Yeah, that's
I
fair.
got mine for 60, which I think is fair for like
60
Chad.
for sure.
Chad sells like double 45s for 60 new, right? So
as long as you rationalize it.
Well, I mean, you can't ask.
I'm waiting for the classic to come.
The going rate is
unless it's a Beach Boys stereo 45, they're gonna sell for 75.
Yeah, they occasionally will do $75, $100. I paid $125 for one of the Nat records because it was almost sold out, and then it sold out like a week later. And that's for the 175, but it sucks.
I haven't been buying too much Analog Productions.
I haven't bought much from them ever since they yelled at Rob and Lindsay.
Now you're bringing it back.
You're gonna have it. It pissed me off. I thought it was shitty. I didn't like it.
I can handle it. I'm fine.
Well, if that Helen Merrill comes back, I'm going to buy it.
Oh, absolutely.
Let me see. I do have like a notifications list for them.
I mean, they got some good. Remember, we did the video about the Verve series that's coming. There was some good stuff there.
Oh yeah. Analog Productions is a great label.
Yeah.
I mean, no doubt.
Absolutely. I just wonder what the next big thing's going to be. Beyond that,
he's going to open a McDonald's French fries. what do you call it? A
I,
franchise.
don't think, I just suspect he's not going to do much. Like he might repress jazz titles, but I don't know if there's going to be much more.
Well, you have to think something's going to come from his contemporary relationship.
Right.
Yeah.
Something has to come.
So that's what you got to think.
Yeah.
If not,
What's
putting
missing?
out the better, more desirable
Well, look, I
contemporary.
mean, look how much stuff he's been making for that family of labels, though, like the 50 prestiges he's reissued.
Right, but it's a tit for tat with that sort of shit.
So my wish list on Acoustic Sounds only has two things. It has the Kirsten Edkins Shapes and Sounds.
You already have it.
And I know, but I was really trying to get.
Oh no,
Flipper.
he's having a condition where he thinks he doesn't have the album.
No, this is old. I'm gonna remove it now. But
In the flipper.
And then I had the Eric Dolphy at the 5-spot, which I don't know why that's in there because I have that 3 LP 70s box that Chris you showed.
It's right here. I'll show it right now.
And I think that sounds fine, and it's all 3 of those records. So I'm sure Chad sounds.
I have,
better.
yeah, I have that.
I feel like that. I feel like I'm good with that.
Show, but yeah.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
Booker Little is the trumpeter on it.
Yeah.
Which I mean,
they restock 2 Eric Dolphys today, right?
Booker Little's on that live Coltrane album.
I am Booker Little, so there.
Yeah.
Buck off then.
I like Buck Clayton. I don't know.
You're the only one on tonight's stream.
That's not true. Does anybody else like Buck Clayton? Come on.
Oh yeah.
See?
Mosaic did a box set a few years ago, all the Columbia recordings. That's fabulous. It is really good. I mean, it's like a Basie band, it's like Basie alumni. It's really good.
Cool.
There's a record I was listening to the other night. I can't remember what it was. Fuck.
Oh no, you have an ally in your war against chefs who hate you and white jazz. Josh D.
Well, that Kirsten record is pretty bad, Mike.
Thank you, Josh. Thank you very much.
I think you're tough enough to deal with the scoring that's going to come in your direction.
That's true.
Because Mike is a shell of a man right now.
That's true.
Josh, I'm still getting my record, so we can do like a combined review.
Yeah.
I think
part of the review.
I think I'll toss it.
I think I'm sure this has been said 1,000 times, but I think
toss it if it's good, man.
I was just gonna say, I think Mike, you and I were talking about this, but like we were saying that all the trumpeters that played with Max Roach, it didn't end well.
Yeah,
where you had like
he killed them all.
Clifford Brown, obviously,
dead.
Booker Little died very young, and then who? There was a third trumpeter we were talking about too.
Well, we were talking. I guess the Woody Shaw thing brought it.
Oh, the Woody Shaw thing, yeah.
Because the night that Woody Shaw had the accident, where he ended up basically falling down the subway steps and getting hit by a train and losing his arm, Max Roach had sent a car to pick him up because Max was performing at the Vanguard.
Huh.
And Max introduced Woody. Hey, when Woody was at the bar and everybody acknowledged him, and Max had supposedly told the driver, take him home, do not let him make any stops, don't let him get out. But, what could the driver do? Woody said, I want to get out here. And, it didn't end too well.
It's amazing. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I really do like that Woody Shaw live record. It's on Elemental. Oh, and just as a shout out, let me see if I can find it.
Yeah, I ordered that, by the way.
Well, that's what I wanted to say. Hold on. Here. So I think I got this. It was discounted for $15.
Yeah.
Free shipping. So anyway, and besides that, I mean, it's a really awesome record. So just pick it up if you can find it.
Yeah,
it's great though.
I think it's actually back up to $20 on Amazon now. But that's still really good. That's still really good. Sorry, Chris.
Did you buy it from Damien Imports?
Actually, I didn't buy it from it. I got it from Jazz Record Center for $21. So the worst price.
Mine comes tomorrow.
So, but it's really good.
Mine's in my car. I'm going to buy it right now because it says there's only.
I don't feel like, and Mike, correct me if this is completely off base, but I feel like this doesn't sound like early Wood. I mean, it's not early Woody Shaw, but I feel like he sounds a little bit more traditional, like quartet, just ripping. One of the cool things I saw. Sorry, but when we were at the Vanguard, that trumpet player, the one that was in the center next to the drummer. I'm sorry, yeah, the drummer. He was the guy from Philly, I think.
Terrell Stafford.
So what was cool when I was watching it, I mean, he had a real clear tone and just ripping it. But like, if you watch like his technique, you can watch like he's playing, and then he raises it up and he's like starting to punch on it like this, just like completely like ripping. It was so cool to see that.
Yeah.
Definitely like I don't know, very cool to see. So anyway, but yeah, so back to the Woody Shaw thing. I feel like when I listen to his early stuff on Contemporary and Muse, this sounds more like traditional quartet live concert. Like it just sounds a little different. It doesn't sound like too out there or.
No, and I like those recordings to me. It seemed that he was all about the band, all about the quartet, and he was trying to get a certain sound from them. The solos and everything are great, but it just doesn't sound like, to me, it doesn't sound like I solo, you solo, I get more for it. I think Woody's focusing on the compositions and the band as a whole. He wants a certain sound out of the band, and that's, what he was going for.
I'll tell you something. I've been streaming his first album as a leader on Contemporary. What was it called? Black.
Oh yeah, the one.
It's kind of the way I like to do it, huh?
The one that's hard to find.
Well,
Blackstone
they're
Legacy.
two.
Blackstone Legacy.
Yeah, so Blackstone Legacy is like his Bitches Brew,
right?
Even though it's his first album, they're very similar to me.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they're only like a year apart, right? What
if you want to hear, like 69? That's the most extreme Woody Shaw I've ever heard, but it's good.
Hold on. What year was Bitches Brew? I'm curious if this came.
Woody Shaw.
This is the same year, 1970.
Yeah.
So both of these came out in 1970.
It's a double album too.
Or no, recorded in 70. Blackstone Legacy came out in 71. But it has Woody Shaw, Gary Bartz, Benny Maupin, George Cables, Ron Carter, Clint Houston, and Lenny White. So,
George Cables with Art Pepper.
I'd rather listen to Blackstone Legacy than Bitches Brew.
I want a copy of Blackstone Legacy, and then the other one that's hard to get and very expensive is the Moon Train. That thing I can't.
Oh yeah.
And a few years ago you could get the Moon Train, but now
his early stuff is really expensive.
Yeah,
the family seems to be a good job controlling his.
Yeah, his son Woody the Third. Is really...
If he could somehow get a box done, that'd be cool.
Yeah.
Have you guys heard the one? It's Woody Shaw with Anthony Braxton, and it's called The Iron Men.
No, and I've seen it. I've been looking for it, but I don't have.
I've streamed it. I do like it.
You haven't seen Iron Man, Mike?
Yeah.
Are you trying to make a joke like I make jokes, man?
Yeah, I'm learning about what you need. Hey, want to see a weird
the cover's actually not so great, but it's a cool record.
Look at this. Has anybody heard of this?
Wasn't he married to what's her name?
Mariah Carey.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you.
I've never heard this. It's some guitar player. I have no idea what it is.
Yeah, well, thanks for showing it.
Yeah, excellent. Really great.
Can the next record you show less about, please?
I think he sold them all out on Discogs, Chris.
Yeah, I sold them all out. Really selling it there. I paid $1 for that record. What do you want? I haven't listened to it yet. Rob has 7,000 of those records in his house. What else?
It better be. That's 7,001. Thank you.
Yeah, exactly. I'm more than like 500 that I haven't listened to yet.
Dave Holland still kicking it.
What's up?
Someone saw Dave Holland tonight. So it was killer. Where did you see him at? Where were they playing? Because I have that Dave Holland ECM album by himself. It's just playing the bass. It's really good.
Yeah,
Emerald-
I actually haven't
Emerald
listened to
Sound.
it yet. I
It's
have.
Yeah, I have the CD and I have the album.
Yeah, and Eric Harlan is a really excellent drummer. He plays with Charles Lloyd's group. I believe it's Charles Lloyd's group. Yeah, I think so.
Dave Holland's on that that Baritone Madness record, Mike.
Didn't you say you liked the Dave Holland's Opus movie?
Oh my god, these jokes are just terrible.
It was directed to Chris, by the way. Stop buttoning our conversation.
Okay, what were you saying? What was the question?
Nothing.
Look,
Go back
you
to
ran
your
Mike
thread.
off. Come on.
You've killed Mike.
So another guy I've been getting into, and I think when the record comes in, we could talk about it more. But this Jason Moran, actually, I talk about it now. So
Jason Moran.
Mike sent over a video of him talking to, I don't know, someone with a podcast for like an hour.
Joe Rogan?
No, it was not Joe Rogan.
Yeah.
But anyway, so I started diving into his catalog, and he's pretty awesome. So I ordered one of his records. And,
do you think the My Pillow guy has a podcast that people listen to?
Yeah.
Who? The My Pillow guy, the MAGA My Pillow guy.
Some people just tune in to watch like the train derail and him go off the rails.
That's wild shit.
Yeah,
that dude probably made more sense when he was a drug addict.
That's fair too.
Woody Shaw Rosewood is a pretty inexpensive, good disc.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I've amassed 10 of his albums for like no money.
Yeah.
In the last 2 weeks, I've been finding his stuff left to right. One of his best albums, I paid $1 for.
That was crazy.
Which one? You still have it?
The Imagination. Yeah, I have it. I mean, I showed it earlier. Why weren't you paying attention?
And then you have the one.
It's a Muse digitally. It says Muse digital.
Yeah.
But $5 for it, Rob. $5.
What?
I'll give you $5 for it. Uh-huh.
Dude, I'm not turned by just making a 400% profit.
It's a 400% profit, man. Come on, it's what really.
Hey, all I'll tell you is I'm keeping it. I'm amassing a Woody Shaw collection, please. And it's not, but that album does go for like $20. The fact I got it for $1.
I showed this last week, but someone mentioned Eric Harlan on drums, and he's on this Walter Smith, the third, which is really, really good. And actually, I think that they're like sort of hard to find now. I mean, it came out in 2018.
Oh wow!
And he has a recording coming out on Blue Note in April.
That's cool.
So he's a young guy, pretty young.
Yeah, I'd say he's probably a contemporary of Kirsten Atkins.
Okay, so he is chair of the woodwind department at Berklee College of Music up in.
Maybe not equal there.
There's a woodwind department.
So, well, yeah, Berklee College of Music they're going to have.
Oh, I know.
It's a pretty dope title, right? Like,
so Smith is a member of. I'm going to mess up this guy's name. I have one of his records. It's Ambrosy Atkin Messier.
Yeah.
Probably completely destroyed that. Did I even come close? How his name is supposed to sound. But anyway, I have one of his new records, and it's awesome. He's a Blue Note guy.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah. So he looks pretty cool.
Blue Note really puts out some good modern. Their modern stuff. There's a lot of really good shit. Like that.
Yeah, when Don took over, I was like, I was really afraid. I was like, okay, he's not, because the guy that ran Blue Note before him, Bruce Lundvall, was great. Because they did the reissues of all the CDs, but he had Joe Lovano was on Blue Note for that period of time. Jason Moran was on Blue Note. and they had this guy who I really love, Greg Osby, and they were all on Blue Note, and I was like, Don Wells, he's not gonna have any contemporary people. He's just not. And it was sort of slow going at first.
Yeah.
And then he's just taken off in the last few
He's
years.
got to have guys that are like scouting talent. I'm sure he knows a little bit, but like, he's like I just don't know if he's in the clubs in New York, like knowing what's going on.
No,
so he's not be well.
He might be. I just, you never know with the whole. It's a corporate label, Who knows? They could. I'm sure and they know that reissues is where they're going to make their money.
Well, that Domi and JD Beck thing, that thing is selling pretty well. I think. That's for them. They were at like the Grammys and everything, and I enjoyed the record. I get the appeal. Like the record has like instrumental tracks, vocal tracks, rap tracks. Like they're crossing a lot of ground, and they're extremely talented. So I think it's an interesting record.
I mean, those guys are crazy good musicians. Josh D, if you want to buy something, buy the record. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Hey,
and,
I'll see you guys later. I'm going to take off.
All right.
Take it easy.
What should I
Bye.
do? Leaving.
I did stream that Joel Ross, not the Who Are You. I think he had a different one with like
that was the first. That's the second one now. That's really good. I mean, it's a little more mellow. I think Julian Lodge.
I gotta listen to it again.
Greg Osby, Inner Circle is an excellent album, best jazz cover of a Bjork song ever.
Yeah, it's really good. And then the one he did one, gosh, what was the name? Access. I have it here.
Yeah. And again, I might sound repetitive, but good, not so new artist, but Melissa Aldana, she really nails it. She's crazy.
She is good.
And people talking about saxophone. Oh, how come new artists? I'm sorry, guys. Melissa Aldana is way miles ahead of her.
Yeah. And she's been around for
2005 or 4, something like that.
Years, because I have 3 of her recordings on CD.
Yeah.
And I have 2 on vinyl. So she's been recording for a while. So people should know her. And
yeah, she's been classically trained. She's been to Berkeley. I mean, she's recording with other labels. I think she has one record on Bandcamp that you can get for really cheap.
Yeah.
And her Blue Note stuff. Yeah, it's amazing. I mean,
now here's a Greg Osby recording that I would hope that, I know it'll never be a tone poet, but it really should be if there is a candidate from. Look at Andrew Hill, Jim Hall.
Oh wow,
man, you nailed it. How old is that?
This is let's see, 2000.
Wow.
Yeah, and
it could happen, man. It could happen.
Yeah, I just think because people don't know Greg Osby, they don't seem to know Greg Osby anymore. So.
I didn't get that Schofield Lovano quartet tone poet.
Yeah.
I'm just hoping it comes down in price. I do want to get that.
It's good.
I really hope they do start
really good, Mike.
Like pressing some of the late like 80s, 90s later stuff.
You should just buy that tone poet. It's good.
Yeah, it's like $50-something, so I don't want to do it.
Yeah.
I feel like at some point it'll drop.
President's Day sale. Keep an eye on it.
Yeah, that's true.
What?
It's a President's Day sale, whenever that's coming.
Oh, I just ordered I finally got around to ordering the Joe Henderson Live at the Village Vanguard tone poet. I just got volume 2.
Yeah.
Got it for a real cheap price, and I was streaming it. It's so good. It's ridiculous.
It is.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
3 years ago.
I don't know. I can't believe I slept on it for that long, but
I've got both of them, but I haven't listened to either one. I mean, they're both sealed. I guess I should.
Oh, yeah. No, take those out.
It's like ridiculous.
Yeah.
Very good.
And let me show you another one. I've shown this before, but
Who else is playing there, Mike?
It's a trio. I think let me see. I think it's a trio. It's just like him on sax with maybe it's a quartet. Let me double check.
Yeah, it's a trio.
The trio, right? Yeah.
Yeah, Ron Carter's label. Ron Carter, right?
So it's
Good
yeah,
label.
Joe Henderson, Ron Carter on bass, and then Al Foster on drums.
Yeah. And, you know, this is a live recording. I've shown this once before.
Yeah.
And actually, it's on Red Records, which is an Italian label.
Mm-hmm.
They have done reissues of this, but
Wow.
you can't get them in the United States. I even I emailed the label in Italy, and they gave me the name, the contact for their distributor in the United States. And the guy they never responded to my email.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
I'm looking at
It's really good. It's really good.
It looks cool.
Oh yeah.
And it's good because you can hear the difference with Charlie Hayden as opposed to Ron Carter.
There's two copies. There's two LPs in the United States. It's starting at like $75.
Mm-hmm.
Probably that word a couple of minutes.
Mm-hmm.
I'll drop it into the chat if anybody's interested. This is the cheapest one.
Put it in your cart, man. Just do it.
Nah, it's too expensive.
It's too expensive for me.
But it's cool. I mean, Charlie Hayden, that sounds pretty great.
Yeah.
So what else is going on?
I don't know, man.
I mean, if I was like I had said, I don't know, maybe it was on Instagram. Yeah, if I was in town, I'd say we should go see Joel Ross next week. But,
yeah.
Oh, boy, that could be amazing.
Yeah, we're flying out tomorrow. I mean,
who's in a band, Mike?
Yeah.
I grabbed this. This is Village Vanguard February. So starting early February, there was John Coward.
Yeah.
Mercy Project with Chris Carter, Steve Cardenas, and John Petitucci and Brian Blade.
Mm-hmm. I have Joe Coward plays with and Brian Blade's band. Actually, I have the new one too.
Brian Blade. Hey.
What?
Don't be showing a record.
Why not?
We'll show it. That looks kind of cool. Oh, nice.
It's very cool, man.
Gato
and Don Cherry, yeah.
Know where I put that now.
Really good. This was a steeplechase, I think, because they played in Paris in 1965. This is from Intercity in '76. No, it's good. If you like Gato, it's good. He kind of keeps it sane, basically.
That's cool.
And it's got vibes on it. So even if it's like crazy avant-garde stuff, as long as it's got vibes on it, it's kind of like makes it okay.
Keeping the pace.
Yeah, keeping the pace, exactly. So you know what the fuck's happening.
Mm-hmm. So this is the new Brian Blade with John Coward, and
sick.
Basically, the Bobby Hutcherson Now, which has like a vocals and wordless vocals on a couple of songs. They basically do that whole album, and then they do some other songs by Rachan Mankour III.
That's cool.
And then some originals. And I've only listened to the Bobby Hutcherson Now part.
Can you show the pictures in the inner gatefold there? Oh, very cool.
And this is Brian Blade's label. Because they put out a lot of on he did an album with his group on Verve, and I guess the rights reverted back to him.
Okay.
And he ended up releasing it on this label.
Oh,
It's just called Stoner Hill Records.
All right.
Like me.
Yeah.
I never heard of that one.
So after John Coward, you have Walter Smith III. Is that the guy you were just showing a record of?
Yeah.
So that's the younger guy, right? At Berkeley. And he's there with Gerald Clayton, Matt Stevens, Harnish, Geghaven, and then Kendrick Scott.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Walter Smith III. He has a really good Instagram account. And when he was playing the Vanguard, I guess he had called all these musicians and say, "Oh, just say something about go see Walter play at the, I'm playing at the Vanguard." So a bunch of musicians did, and then like some of them were like, "Do not go see him at the Vanguard. Stay away from the Vanguard. Don't even go in that area of town."
I just dropped the link to his Instagram if you're interested. That's hilarious.
So Mike, besides the Vanguard, what's still big in the city? What other clubs?
I mean, I go to the Jazz Gallery a lot because that's where I first saw Joel Ross. You get to see like the younger musicians there, and it's inexpensive, and that's where I go a lot. The Vanguard.
What's a good Joel Ross record if someone's just getting into him? Do you have any recommendations?
Which one? See, I want to say which one is the second one?
I posted "Who Are You," but I think the second was better.
Yeah,
right, yeah.
Yeah.
There's Kingmaker, "Who Are You," and the Parable of the Poet.
Yeah, that's the most recent one. Yeah. I like that a lot, but I wouldn't say that's a Joel Ross you should start off with.
I think that's the one I sampled, and I was like, it felt like a little, I don't know.
I like it a lot because he actually, all the musicians, the musicians that he's playing with, he's giving them room to not only play, but I think almost everyone in that group wrote a song for the album, so it seems more like a collaborative effort. But I like it a lot. But yeah, I don't think it's the one to start with.
So I just dropped the link to "Who Are You." It's the one Felipe I think showed recently.
Mm-hmm.
If anybody's interested in checking it out.
Well, now someone asked, "Have you been to the Stone in New York City?" Basically, now the Stone is part of the New School, and they had some really good shows there recently. Actually, remember Mike when I told you I was waiting for you in the wine bar and Kenny Barron was at the bar? Because he was playing at the New School that night.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and he was playing, I think, with
wait, the New School music?
The New School, the university, yeah.
Yeah.
They now the Stone, John Zorn's club, the Stone, basically it's sort of part of the New School.
Yeah.
And last week Kenny Barron played. He was playing in support of someone, but I want to say it was just like a duo or a trio.
Oh, wow.
And then the week before, Emmanuel Wilkins played there. So
something that's kind of interesting. I'm sure this is very obvious, but like, we were talking about the Walter Smith III. He's a Berkeley professor. Mm-hmm. We're talking about like the New School. Their musicians are playing. Mike, when you and I went to Jazz Gallery, there was Manhattan School of Music.
Yeah,
people playing. It's like there's very much like a connection. Like that group New Jazz Underground. Those are Juilliard graduates, I think. It's like there's like a really strong kind of like academic training footing that a lot of these musicians have.
Yeah.
When you listen to maybe the older guys, they are trained. I mean, Miles went to Juilliard too a couple of years, but I don't think it was always the case. Like a lot of guys, I think, just kind of learned in high school and then went out and did it.
So I mean, like I think John. I don't know if John Lewis was at Manhattan School of Music. I'm not sure. And I think Max Roach might have gone there.
Okay, all right.
A lot of them went to musical high schools too, where that was the focus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then just outside, even outside of New York, you talk about Berkeley, but the New England Conservatory, I think Fred Hirsch taught there. Jason Moran teaches. No, he might still teach there. I think he teaches there. Jackie Bayer taught there. Yeah, they've been pretty. Somebody said that the biggest employers of jazz musicians are the universities.
Well, I feel like you did want to play jazz. I mean, you probably want to be close to New York City. A lot more opportunities there, it seems like.
Or you can start here in Denton, which is 30 miles from my house at UNT.
Yeah, I just feel like
they have an amazing program.
Come up through like the New York clubs. I think there's like a certain prestige that goes along with it too.
Yeah, well, you all heard of Snarky Puppy?
Yeah,
Snarky Puppy, right? Yeah. They're all jazz guys from UNT, but they moved to New York. So,
Chicago has a great jazz scene.
Where's is Roy Hargrove? Was he a New Yorker?
He's originally from Texas.
Okay.
And then he was like discovered in high school. And then someone told Winton about him. Winton went down there, saw him play. Supposedly, Winton hooked him up with his the guy that became his manager.
Yeah.
And and then from there, he came to New York.
I need more of I think I was looking at some of the records I want from him.
Yeah.
And I think they're like on CDs, and I just don't have a CD player.
Right Roy Hargrove was amazing. He was an amazing live player. He thrived in front of an audience. Yeah. One of the best shows that I saw, there used to be this club called Bradley's in New York, and it's a really small place. They would have maybe trios at basically trio. But the night, I had a friend who wasn't really into Roy Hargrove, but we went there one night, and Roy Hargrove was playing with Joe Lovano. It was freaking amazing. It was. I mean, it was. And the great thing about Bradley's, they would stay open, after all the other jazz clubs closed. So around 2 a.m., musicians would start showing up just to hang, because everything, they're done with their jobs.
Yeah.
And then they would let, especially the younger musicians, they would let them in for free. And you would see, especially when Joe Lovano was playing, all the young musicians would be in the back just watching Joe Lovano.
Awesome. How's that classic series, that 2 LP? I did not pick that up, and it's $38 on Amazon.
I love it. I think
I'm gonna have to get that.
Which one?
The one with Hank Jones.
Yeah, Hank Jones is on it. It's good.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's a really good one.
I remember when it came out, we did a reaction video, I think.
Yeah.
And I was surprised how good it sounded.
Yeah.
But
So Mike, do you have the Roy Hargrove Elemental that came on? Not Elemental, sorry.
The Resonance.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's so beautiful. It's a beautiful record.
Good night, Nicole. Have a good weekend.
Good night, Nicole.
Good night, Nicole.
Was that recorded at Carnegie Hall?
Yes.
Roy
Hargrove, Mulgrew Miller is amazing record. It's an amazing record.
Yeah, I mean that's someone I used to see a lot. Mulgrew Miller. I used to see him a lot, and he was a nice guy too.
Yeah,
it's really good.
I think I'm gonna take off.
Yeah, I'm about to call it a night too.
Yeah.
Me too.
All right. Well, this is a short stream in comparison.
Almost 4 hours.
Yeah, 4 hours. 4 hours.
Yeah, 4 hours. It's good length.
It's a good one. Good discussions.
Yeah.
Anything we're looking forward to over the next week?
I'm trying to think.
Those 2 classic series that came in today were pretty great.
Yeah.
So I'll be listening to those for sure.
Yeah, I'm gonna play the McLean and the Parlin maybe tomorrow.
Yeah, that McLean record is great, right?
Yeah, I love it. I mean, I've got this is the first time I'm getting it on vinyl, but I have 3 CD versions.
I think you'll love it, Mike.
Yeah, because I have the first CD was done by Ron McMaster. Then there was an I think there was an RVG version, which I didn't really like.
That RPG series is so bright, right? Nobody likes it.
Yep. And then Joe Harley supervised the XR CDs, and I got that was the last Bluesnik I bought before the LP, and that's a really good one. And they do it. The packages of those CDs are sort of like the package for Tone Poets. They have the photographs inside and everything.
Really?
Yeah. I have one here, but it's not. Like this one here is the Soul Station one.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah.
And it's got the photos.
Beautiful.
It's really nice, and it was supervised by Joe Harley, mastered by Alan Yoshida. But it sounds really good.
Should be great.
I did get a giant split at the top.
Replaced.
But yeah, I already put my replacement request in.
Mine was at the top too, but it was like half an inch long, so I didn't care.
This one, yeah. Usually, I mean, I have these and I don't care, but this one is like really.
Is that Amazon?
Not so good. What's that?
Amazon.
Yeah.
They threw it like a frisbee end over end.
So.
Yeah, not mine. They put them in two. No, they actually put them in one box inside the big box, and they put those air pillows or whatever. So, no damage.
Yes. Cool. Is there any Tone Poets coming out soon?
March 3rd or 7th.
What is his name? There's a big one coming out on March 3rd.
Andrew Hill?
No. What's his name, Mike?
Let me see.
March 3rd?
The trumpet guy. The trumpet guy, the big one that everybody's waiting for.
Now I'm trying.
Forgot.
Now I'm going through my list.
March 3rd is a big release coming out.
Should be. Yeah, it's April.
Carmel, not Carmel Jones.
Oh yeah.
Carmel Jones.
Oh my God! I dropped the ball.
The biggest Carmel Jones fan.
They're gonna revoke your membership in the fan club, man.
Andrew Hill is good too,
though. I'm looking forward to that, but I'm like, I'm really looking forward to that craft box, the Eddie Lockjaw Davis.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
When is it coming?
That's I think March. Let me see.
Jeez.
Yeah. I actually canceled my Amazon order and ended up ordering it from Target.
Yeah, that's where I got mine from.
Yeah.
Well, I like Target better. Customer service is much better.
Yeah. And then what else did I order from? Oh, I ordered those Bob Marley albums from Target also.
Cool.
Yeah, so March 3rd. So this Eddie Lockjaw Davis, the street date is March 3rd.
Oh, damn.
So, yeah. I'm so looking forward to this.
Yeah. A lot of stuff coming.
I mean, I've got 2 OGs of the cookbook. One's in really good condition. The other is not in great condition.
Yeah.
I'm definitely looking forward to that.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't really have any Lockjaw Davis. I know he did stuff with Johnny Griffin on Land, and those are good.
There's one that's in the Prestige.
The Record Store Day one is really good.
Yeah. Yep, that's good. And the one that's in the Prestige Chad's collection, isn't it? Is it in
oh yeah, the tenor, the one,
yeah.
the green cover.
Yeah,
I think it's a live concert.
Yeah.
I'm regretting not getting that.
And
that's
then there's a really nice one if you can find it. It should be cheap on Steeplechase. It's called "Swinging Till the Girls Come Home."
Okay.
And I think I enjoyed that. I think he has another one on Steeplechase that's pretty good too.
So I can't remember the titles, but like his early stuff, he didn't have the Lockjaw moniker, so you'll see him just as Eddie Davis, and it's like, who's that?
I still didn't get that. I didn't get that Donald Byrd Tone Poet yet. I need to order that.
Which one is that?
That's the live one with Pepper
Oh,
Adams.
Half Note? Yeah, I haven't gotten that one yet.
That's a must-have.
Yeah.
All right, I'll get it done.
What do I have pre-ordered? Let me see.
Maybe we can make it to 4 hours. It's only 15 minutes, guys.
Well, hold on. So, what do I have pre-ordered? I don't know. I want to go back. I want to get that Joe Lovano Classic Series. I don't have the Jerry Allen Trio Classic Series 21 with Ron Carter.
That was good. You should get that.
I mean, I've seen that at much cheaper than it was originally listed for.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, let's see how much this. Yeah, $55 for the Schofield, the Scolo Hofo.
Yeah.
Maybe the first time anyone said that right.
Oh, yeah.
That's expensive though. $55.
Bro, it's a double tone poet. What do you want?
Yeah,
Record from Chad. It's $2 cheaper than a double record from Chad.
It is what it is.
And
one thing I have coming next week is a new Christian McBride.
Oh,
yeah, it's on Mac Avenue.
Man, Mac Avenue, they rule. They just whatever they do is amazing.
Yeah,
I feel like 2 or 3 of their records from Record Store Day, I think, and they sound badass.
Yeah, it's a quartet. And
is it part of? Hold on, let me look it up. I was looking at his stuff, and I think it was him. I never mind. I think I was actually looking at somebody else.
That Monk Gearbox record's great. If you should be able to get it cheap too.
Yeah, that's the new John album. Yep, that's the one.
Yeah.
Next week, the 28th.
That's a new one.
Yeah, he's had a previous release. That he has like three groups or 3 or 4 groups. He has like big band. He has trio, and he may even have. I think he has one more.
Doesn't he have one where it's like a soprano sax on it?
Yeah, I think that's Steve Wilson on soprano.
Yes. Yeah, and there's a name for that group. They like name themselves.
Yeah, because I think I have that one. I'm almost positive. I know I do because I remember Steve Wilson was on it.
Mac Avenue's website is down. It's just not loading.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was watching the Ron Carter PBS documentary today. Did you guys see that?
Yeah.
Crazy good. It's amazing.
Oh yeah, it's Inside Straight is that group.
Yes,
Like,
exactly.
So like Chris McBride, he has 3 records now with like Inside Straight, and it's like a core group of guys he records with.
Yeah.
But he was featured in the Ron Carter documentary.
Yeah. And Mike, just they do. Christian McBride does 2 weeks at the Vanguard every year, also. So keep that in mind.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, I'll tell you what. I took this card from the Vanguard. It has January's guys, and I'm like just gonna use this to figure out what records I'm buying. Like pretty much, I'll check out all these guys.
Well, the Fred Hirsch, Esperanza Spalding.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I'm not that enthralled with her vocals.
Okay.
It just. I don't know. She may be better now than when they recorded that, but I mean,
we don't have to be the stream that hates on female jazz people.
No, yeah.
Hey, I like Esperanza Spalding, but I just not as a vocalist. Let's put it.
Yeah, that's fair.
But Fred Hirsch is his piano playing was amazing on that.
So okay, so Fred Hirsch, David Murray. These are the headliners. Brad Meldau.
Meldau, yeah.
Meldau. We already spoke about John Coward and Walter Smith III.
Yeah.
Vanguard Jazz Orchestra. That's the week we went. Joel Ross, and then Joe Lovano and Dave Douglas.
Damn.
Yeah.
I feel like this is my cheat sheet.
Yeah. I haven't seen Lovano in a number of years, so I'm really thinking about that one.
I'm an idiot. I had him. He was here. He was 7 miles from my house like 2 months ago, and I didn't go see him.
Yeah.
It was stupid. He was doing a symphony thing with our local symphony.
Yeah. And I went to see David Murray at the Vanguard that weekend. He was there. And it was good because it was a new group for him, a new quartet. So it was really good. It was really, and he's going to be doing a number of projects on that label I showed that Maya record is on. He's doing. I think he's going to maybe like a sort of a box set, and Questlove is going to be on drums.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. So.
Nice.
So that might come out sometime this year. I'm not sure.
Y'all ever seen this record?
What do we got?
Yes.
Oh, I just ordered a Dollar Brand.
Yeah, it's Dollar Brand Duo. Good News from Africa on Enya.
Nice.
Yeah.
See if y'all can identify who I got this from.
That's that.
No, come on. Now you gave it away.
Fred Putterman.
Of course. Yeah, it's Dollar Brand and Johnny DeYani. It's pretty interesting.
That's cool.
$5, bro.
Nice.
I think
should we wrap it up?
We only got 9 minutes to make it 4 hours, man.
Are we gonna push it? 9 minutes?
Come on.
Sure, why not?
Like
All right, everybody, why doesn't everybody grab a record to show? We'll do one.
Okay. I can
Cool.
do that. I did this.
Let me go find something.
I'm a capable person. I got like 6 Randy Weston records like right next to my foot for some reason.
Mm.
You like Randy Weston at all, Mike?
Yeah, I love Randy Weston. We were talking. Mike was talking about Jason Moran, and he actually talks about Randy Weston. How actually Randy Weston was, he was one of his mentors. And in that interview Mike was talking about, he tells a really good Randy Weston story.
Nice. I mean, he was friends with Monk, right?
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Mm-hmm. Let's see.
It's like him and Randy, and then who else was the piano guys then? I mean, Bud Powell was around, obviously.
Yeah.
I mean, and Monk really felt deeply for him, obviously.
Yeah. XJ, the Terrell Stafford ones are really good. Let me see. I have one on Candid called Centrifugal Force. There's one Fields of Gold and New Beginnings on Max Jazz that are really good. Let's see. Let me grab one. Okay, I did show that.
I will find a record to show.
I mean, I have 2 records I haven't shown, but other people have shown them on more recent live streams.
Oh.
So while we're waiting, I finally got a copy. Felipe got a stereo, but this is the mono.
Nice. You got that? That's awesome.
Original mono, deep groove. Billy Joe Jones.
Well, you're big now, so show it to us again.
This is Blue Mitchell, Julian Priester, Bill Barron tenor, Pepper Adams baritone, Charlie Cocker or Sonny Clark piano, Jimmy Garrison bass, Philly Joe Jones drums. And there's just a ton of drum solos on this, so it's really good.
That's amazing, Mike. I truly love this one.
And this is one of the early Riversides that I think, I mean, at least the pressing I have sounds really good.
I feel like you've really learned how to hold records because of Mazzy's instruction.
Yeah. It looks great. Yes.
I mean, it took months and months of practice, but I think you really got to get that 45, right? Like
exactly,
because it cuts the light and it gives a little depth. So that's the trick. And then you got to drop it down and show the label.
See, I don't put my records in like that. I'll put mine in sideways so the dust doesn't get down in the dust jacket part. Or the thing. I don't know.
It could be. I'm sure it's. And then I got this recently. This is a like really, really nice copy for a very fair price. It wasn't cheap, but I mean, for what it was cheaper than what these go for. There is a hole punch at the top here.
Who cares?
It is a white B, but every single pressing of this has Van Gelder in the dead wax, except for the Tone Poet one. But so if you ever find a copy, just grab it because it's going to sound good no matter what it is. So I got this, and this wasn't on my radar, but after they did the box, I wanted it, and every once in a while I just look for it, and I threw an offer out, and the guy accepted it. So
that's cool.
Yes.
Who's next?
Got two.
I have. Yeah, go ahead.
All right. We can't even see your face, Felipe. You can't show records. All right. This is the Elliott Lawrence Band, Swinging at the Steel Piers of the old fantasy record, featuring the arrangements and compositions of Al Cohn.
Oh,
one of the coolest covers ever, I think. Red Fantasy label. I don't know who's on here. Probably no one I've heard of. No, Al Cohn. You got a bunch of dudes I've never heard of. But anyway, so there's that. Really cool cover. Unfortunately, the record sounds like shit because it's, I don't know, super noisy. And then this is the other one we were talking about.
Yeah.
It's coming out of draft next week. It's a really good record. Vince Guaraldi, Black Orpheus. But I don't need a 3 LP set of it or a 1-step, I don't think. Anyway.
Okay.
All right, who's that?
All right, I got one.
Right,
this is from what year is this? This is from I want to say 88 or 89. It's Marcus Roberts, who played in Winton's group.
Oh, wow.
The Truth is Spoken Here. You can find this really cheap. It's on BMG Novus, but the musicians, Marcus Roberts piano, Elvin Jones drums, Charlie Rouse performs tenor on I believe three songs, and Winton is also on here. It is really good. I mean, you can find this really cheap. It is excellent.
That looks interesting for sure.
Yeah, check that out.
Winton. All right, what you got, Felipe?
I got one as a Prestige New Jazz. You guys have this one?
No.
It's really good. You should try it. So that's an OG New Jazz.
It's awesome. I like Don Ellis's later music, but I don't have anything that early.
So
he was a dickhead to Abby Lewis.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
So Don Ellis trumpet, All Francis vibraphone, Jackie Byard,
Heavy Lincoln, Lewis.
Ron Carter, because it's got to be everywhere.
That's awesome.
And Charlie Percy drums.
So does he play? I mean, is he kind of experimental on that at all?
Yeah, I mean it's kind of mixed up. There's some experimental, some more like standards, but it's a really good record.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's the one thing I did like about his later big band stuff from the 70s is that he would play kind of avant-garde trumpet lines, but the big band was just kind of playing the normal stuff.
this is very accessible, but at the same time very not simple, but very.
I've listened to that. I've considered buying. There's a reissue with a different cover that's like very affordable, and yeah, it's good.
It's a really good record. I recommend.
It's very literal in terms of the title.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I didn't buy it today. It's been a while, but it's still really good record.
Okay. All right. So we're gonna close up shop here. We're on for 4 hours. I'm gonna drop a link to Patrick, the vinyl archivist. He's streaming right now with Bip-Bop Boom and some other folks. Go over and let him know the Jazz Bum sent you. That'll be kind of cool. Yeah. Any last words, guys?
Go watch Rob's video that we did. Record Store
Yeah.
Day stuff, and then we're doing another video with him Sunday on Rob's channel.
This record store day, work harder to save some money.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, thanks everybody.
All right. Later, guys.
See ya.
Thank you guys. Have a good night. Bye.
You too.